Hey guys, Beck. I was just going for a walk, okay? Gerri and Gabi. Gabi's going shopping. Oh, that's awesome, Gabi. I'm glad to hear that. That'll be fun. Oh, very nice. So I don't know if I'll explain the game now because, hey, Sicilian. Hey, Mama. Oh, good. Okay, I'm gonna just keep explaining. In the description down below, I put how the game is gonna work. I made a spreadsheet so I can keep track of everything. And so every day when you come in, if you put here in the comments, then you get 5 points. And then I'm going to put random questions across the ticker. Who knows when, but all of those will be 5 points. And then every week, whoever has the most points will get a bonus 10 points. At the very end, you'll get a $100 gift card for Gerri's shop on Etsy and a Snotty grab bag at the end of the trial. No, it's not in chat. It's in the description, like where the title is. Something to be, just try to make this a little bit fun, right? But in the grab bag, I'll have all kinds of Snotty swag and probably some Ipsy stuff. And who knows, we'll put it all together. See, there you go. Now Sicilian has 5 points now. I think it might be fun, right? Hopefully, because this guy is not fun. Oh, I got my Sebastian shirt. Okay, this is the front. Oh, good job. Yay. Oh, it's exciting now. And then the back, I don't know if you can see how well you can see it because I can't see what you can see. Yeah, I do too. I like the color. I do. I really, really do. Yeah, I'm happy to have it. You could? Okay, good. I'm like, well, I can't see what you can see. Okay, I'm going to pull up. Wait, there it is. Okay. Yay. Let me look in here. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Shoot. God, even with my glasses, I can't hardly see these days. Jeez, Jackie. Okay, sorry. They've screwed up YouTube on desktop. Really? I need to get a new prescription because I am like, can't even see with my glasses these days. It's getting dumb. Dummy. But, okay, so there's anybody here, just ask about, really? Oh, wow. I guess I haven't paid enough attention to. Huh. Hey, Happy Cappy. You see, we're playing a game. I've got the details in the description. But basically, when you come in during the trial, when you come in right here in comments in chat, that'll get you 5 points. Periodically, I'm going to put a question across the ticker. Everybody with the correct answer gets another 5 points. At the end of each week, whoever has the most points will get 10 extra points. And at the end of the trial, whoever has the most points will get a gift card for Gerri's store and a Snotty grab bag. Yeah, $100 gift card. So everybody remember to do all that. Try to make it a little bit fun. And yes, hello, good morning, Frazzled. Is the weather better there now? I know I've got to get your, right? Yes, he did. I saw that. Yeah, we'll try to make it a little bit fun dealing with this. Oh, good, Frazzled. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, that's good. Oh my God, that's good, Gerri. I know. I just kind of feel like I really have nothing to say. I don't ever want anybody to pass away. I don't ever wish for that at all. But I'm really just kind of, what do you say? Okay, that's not your store though, right? That's not your, yeah, he was. I know. That's why I'm saying, I'm like, I'm not going to say that. Oh, you're new. Oh, really? Oh, Drea, okay. Oh, I did not know. Okay. All right, I'm going to go and check that out. Everybody go check that out. What about your store? I don't know why I couldn't find it to put. I want to put it in the description. Right? That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I really don't know what to say because, what I can say is that I always try to practice That is good. Yeah, I just say to myself, okay, like Thumper said, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. That's all I can say. Oh, thank you, Gerri. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to go and you would think I didn't have any damn idea what I'm doing ever. And maybe I don't. Let me see. So everybody, wait, no. Dang it, why can't I do this? Okay, I'm just going to stop for right now because this is silly. See, I'm not as nice as Jackie. I'm wondering how he's up there being judged himself, right? I know. See, I just think, I'm trying really hard. Bye. If I did it, wow. I can't with him. Oh, wow. Right. Yeah, that's all between him and God. I'm not going to get involved in that. I just, whoa, I hope he, I know. Hey, try me, bitch. Okay, everybody, look, check out the game we're playing. I've got the details in the description below. We're playing a game for a trial game. And it has nothing to do with squishy marshmallow face. Well, I guess because I'm going to put random questions, I guess it will a little bit to do with him. But he's so gross. Oh, so it's in a different place. That's what you're saying. Oh, dear. Okay. See, I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't know that. Oh. And for the game, I did put it on subscribers only because I figure if you're going to play, you can subscribe just for 1 minute. Okay, I wasn't getting it, Gerri. Sorry. So now I had to make it a lot more difficult, huh? Sorry about that. What the F? Yeah, they keep changing shit. I don't know. I'm not good with change. I like to just roll with it. Roll with what I know. Oh, you have wireless chart. Oh, I'm just now catching up because I was out looking around. Oh, it does, Sicilian. Okay. So yeah, don't forget to enter so we can rack up points and we can all win a big prize, or somebody win a big prize at the end of this convoluted, disgusting mess. I think what we're going to see today, quite possibly, is we're going to see him. I think we might see some body cam. I think we might listen to that phone call. I don't know. Yeah, we will have fun. I'm going to come up with some fun questions too. And just think, you can win a $100 gift card and some Snotty swag in a grab bag. And that rhymes. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Here we go. Here we go. All right, I'll get this started and then I will come back here a little bit here and there. I mean, I'll be here, but I'll keep my mouth shut. Right. Oh my God. Libby's doing her little meerkat. Libby's the most popular thing I've ever done on YouTube. Did you know that? Sis, read the directions for the game we're playing. Yeah, the most views I've ever had on anything is 3,000 views, and it's Libby. Her do the meerkat, Mama. Sis, look at the details of the game we're playing. There's meerkat right there. There's the meerkat. Here's a baby meerkat. I know, right? In the description, what the deal is, during the trial, we're going to do every day when you come in just for the trial part, right here in the chat, that gets you 5 points. I'm going to sporadically put up questions across the ticker. For every correct answer, you get 5 points. At the end of each week of the trial, you'll get, whoever has the most points gets 10 bonus points. At the very end of the trial, whoever wins gets a $100 gift card to Gerri's store and a Snotty grab bag. So I'm going to get this started, and I will be here watching y'all. Yeah, everybody go sub up to Gerri's new channel. I subbed. Okay, I'm going to get myself off here and let's start listening to this. What's happening?
Gerri's present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please be seated.
Jury's in, and here we go now.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. This is the second day of introduction of evidence in the state's case in chief. I'll note the state is here and present. Mr. Wood was conducting.
Me too, sis. Me too.
Mr. Wood, is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. I'll also note the defense is present, along with counsel and the defendant. The court also notes the jurors are all properly seated and all 18 jurors have returned. The court's also confirmed that the jurors each completed their affirmation this morning regarding not looking into the case during the break. And so we appreciate you following that admonishment as well. One other matter I just wanted to bring up before we got started with additional evidence is the court's live streaming this hearing in this trial. There is a I heard there were some complaints that the audio maybe wasn't coming through very well on that. I'd ask the attorneys if they could to talk right into the mics. Of course, that helps as well with our court reporter making the record. In addition, the live stream comes directly through the court's official channel. That can be somewhat difficult to find if you go to the Idaho Supreme Court website. However, there is a website on Ada County about this trial, and if you just Google the term Ada County Daybell trial, there's an easy link to find for the court's official live stream, and that's the most direct signal. So for those that are observing the trial online, if you're having any issues with audio or quality of the signal, perhaps you could go to that direct signal, which is the best source of the live stream proceeding. So with that, then we had Detective Hermosillo was on the stand yesterday, and I believe you're continuing direct examination. Is that correct, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll have the witness recalled then if you're ready to proceed with additional testimony.
Thank you.
All right, Detective Hermosillo was sworn in yesterday. I'll remind you, you are still under oath for your testimony today. And to confirm, not being the state's case agent, I just want to confirm that you didn't review any, well, you're the first witness, so we don't need to do that on this particular witness. So Mr. Wood, if you'd like to just inquire on further direct, you can do that this time.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Detective. Second, when we finished off yesterday, we were discussing what you had found or what you had observed at a burial site, and just for purposes of the jury, what site were you at when you found the body you were speaking of yesterday?
We were at the site that we deemed JJ's burial site.
And where, Your Honor, if I could be given State's Exhibit 10A. And if I may publish that?
Yes, it's admitted, correct?
Yes.
So,
Detective, if you could, just for purposes of clarification, with a pointer, point out the location you were speaking of.
It's the burial site on the other side of this pond, just underneath this tree.
Okay. Now, you call it a pond, when you were out there on June 9th, was there water in it?
No, there wasn't.
And again, just to clarify, when we had left off your testimony yesterday, is it correct that what you observed was what appeared to be a small body wrapped up in a black plastic bag?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibits 10B through 10M. Detective, can you review those exhibits and let me know when you had a chance to? Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibits 10B through 10M?
Yes.
What do they purport to be?
Photographs, there's a photograph of the west side of the defendant Daybell's residence. And photographs of the backyard.
And do you know when these photographs were taken?
On June 9th, 2020.
Were you the photographer?
No,
But you were on the property that day?
that's correct.
And were you able to observe each of the areas that are photographed in these exhibits?
Yes,
You saw them with your own eyes?
yes,
And are these true and accurate representations of what you observed on June 9th, 2020?
yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of State's Exhibits 10B through 10M.
Any objection?
Judge, just to,
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
I'm sorry, Judge. Judge, just one here on 10B if I could. Otherwise, I'm fine with the rest of the exhibits.
Okay, so let's do that then. So 10C through 10M have been offered or admitted, and Mr. Pryor, you can board there on 10B.
And officer, you're looking at 10B, is that right?
Yes,
For now.
yes,
And the vehicle that's parked in 10B, is that the vehicle that was the position of the vehicle at the time that you testified about Mr. Daybell?
That's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in. That one.
Do you know what vehicle that is?
The driveway looks like a Subaru.
Okay, is that the driveway that you're making reference to?
That's correct.
So in other words, somebody else's vehicle is there. We don't know whose vehicle that is,
It's not the one that Mr. Daybell was in. No.
but you don't know whose vehicle that is.
I don't know whose vehicle that is.
You don't know when the vehicle was put there.
No, sir.
You don't know who the owner of the vehicle is.
That's correct.
I would object, Judge, on foundation.
All right, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, said you don't know whose vehicle that is, correct?
Correct.
You were still there that day. Okay. Do you recognize this as Mr. Daybell's residence?
Yes, I do.
And this is a true and accurate representation of Mr. Daybell's residence.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I think significant or sufficient foundation has been laid.
All right,
Judge, I just make a record that I'm objecting also on the basis of relevance. It looks like it's a picture of a vehicle in the driveway.
okay. Well, the picture shows many things, including a vehicle. I'll allow the state to have this admitted and sufficient foundation's been established, so 10B is admitted as well as the others.
Detective, if you will, or Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10B?
That is the west side of the Daybell residence. When I testified earlier to coming out and standing in the lawn area, that's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in, but it was similarly parked that way, backed in. And that's the driveway he was sitting in when I was observing him look over his right shoulder toward the pond area.
Detective, do you have the pointer with you? Can you point to where you were standing when you initially observed Mr. Daybell's behavior?
I was standing here in this area.
And then you said that you positioned yourself so that you could see what you thought he was looking at.
That's correct.
Where did you go then?
I stood more towards the driveway area. The vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in was up further this way. It wasn't backed in as far as this vehicle in the photograph.
And just to clarify, is that when you looked back and saw the activity under what became the first burial site?
Well, I was looking forward at that time. I was facing this direction. And I aligned myself with Mr. Daybell, who was up here more, and he was looking towards this area here.
Now, can you see the first burial site from where you're from that location?
Yes, it's the tree I spoke about earlier. This is the tree where JJ was buried underneath. This right here is the pond. You can see just a little bit more taller shrubs around the top of the pond area. But this is the tree that JJ was buried underneath.
So is it fair to say that even from the front or the middle of Mr. Daybell's front yard, you can see that location easily?
That's correct.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10C?
When I testified, I was tasked with sifting through the fire pit. This is what we deemed the fire pit. It had burnt tree limbs. There was various little pieces of trash. It was in the middle of round cinder blocks. So that's what we deemed the fire pit as.
And the way it appears in that image, that's the way you found it that day.
Correct. It was that morning, yes.
And what do you observe in States Exhibit 10B?
This is just north of the driveway that Mr. Daybell is sitting in, looking in the same direction. So we're standing on the west side looking east. And that is the tree. And then here's the pond area right here.
Jacob, I'm going to put up States Exhibit 10A again, and if you can point to the approximate location of where this picture was taken from.
So that last photograph was taken from this area right here.
And so it's fair to say from that location, you can easily see aerial site number 1.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There's been some leading questions. Continues.
I'll sustain that last question, Judy.
Right. From that perspective, what were you able to observe?
Burial site, number 1, JJ's burial site.
Was it difficult for you to observe it from that location?
The actual grave site on the ground, yes, from that location, but where the tree and the pond are, no, it wasn't difficult.
Detective, what did you observe in States Exhibit 10E?
So when I testified earlier about the difference in length of grass and shrubs in that 6x6 section that was marked off next to the pond, this is what I'm referring to. If you look close, you can see there's smaller grass and dirt protruding right here. This is probably a little bit difficult to see. There's probably a better photograph. But this is longer shrubs through here, and then in here was like the length of sod and some dirt where there was nothing growing.
And when yesterday you testified to being called over to burial site 1, is that what it looked like when you got over there?
That's correct.
Detective, can you describe to the jury what you saw in States Exhibit 10F?
So when I spoke about ERT removing the topsoil and the top level of shrubs, this is what I was speaking about. And you can start to see the 3 large white rocks I was talking about earlier starting to come through the dirt.
You testified yesterday about a smell. Was this the same time that you began to smell what you described yesterday?
Yes, as soon as they remove this and the topsoil, that's when I instantly can smell the smell of a decomposing body.
Detective, can you tell the jury what you saw in States Exhibit 10? Or I'm sorry, 10G.
So as the ERT team methodically removed the soil around the white rocks and dug down just a little bit deeper, this is what we saw. You can start to see there was a smaller rock, but the 3 large white rocks started to show through clearly. When I testify that there was thin wood paneling underneath the white rocks, you can start to see the edge of that piece of wood paneling underneath the rocks. We also noticed that there were roots cut that the ERT team didn't cut. They were already pre-cut. Some of the roots are fairly thick, so that was something we observed as well in that burial site.
Detective, can you describe for the jury what you saw in States Exhibit 10H?
After the ERT team removed the white rocks, this is the two pieces of wood paneling that were underneath.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 10I?
I spoke earlier about the distinction in soil. Some of the soil looked wet or moist, some of it looked dry. Excuse me. What you're looking at here is, once we remove the wood paneling, this is what was underneath, and you can start to see the distinction through here of the wet soil. And up here is just the dry soil. So the rocks and the paneling were all through here. So that was the other thing that we observed. And as we took the paneling off, the odor began to become a lot stronger. So we knew we were at the right spot.
Your Honor, I apologize for any delay. I wonder if we just have a very brief sidebar regarding the removal. All right.
Gerri and Cinema Shogun. Cinema Shogun is all up on her grill. Oh yeah, I think so, Happy. She didn't tend to get her own hands dirty. That's that's the way she does. Yeah, they got married at the prison. So yeah, she wanted to get herself set up, somewhere to go, someone to whatever. But I just saw today that that's a community property state. Whatever money she's made, she's going to have to share with her husband / mom lookalike. I know, that's the thing. He seemed real creepy and weird to me, but I mean, I'm sure that he probably was genuine, more genuine than her, for damn sure. She's just a user. Everybody be sure to look up the game details in the description so everybody can get in on it. I have a spreadsheet going, keeping track of points. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if it was a game to him. Maybe it was. You think that probably anybody who wanted to marry her probably did have ulterior motives as well. But, I don't know. I don't know. What are they doing here? Oh, I can speed it up. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Let me see here.
Can you describe what you saw in States Exhibit 10K?
So once that appeared, the ERT team leader Steve Daniels used a small, sharp instrument. And I testified that he made a slit through the black plastic. And you can see the black plastic kind of peeled away on the top of the head. And then I testified there was a white piece of plastic underneath. And this is the white piece of plastic here. He made a slit in the white plastic. And when he did that, you can see what appeared to be brown human hair. Some of the hair kind of came out with the sharp instrument, and that's the hair you can see on top of the white plastic. But that's what you're looking at there.
Gerri, what you observed in States Exhibit 10L.
Once the ERT team continued excavating, they removed all the soil on top of this small body that was wrapped in completely black plastic. I testified that it appeared to take the shape of a small body in black plastic. And this is what we saw here. It's probably a 4x2 grave, and I'm guessing at those measurements. But it started to take the shape of a small body, and then it had different pieces of duct tape throughout the black plastic on top.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 10M?
Once we lifted JJ out of the ground, there was still wet soil underneath where he was laying. And that's body decomposition. The body had begun to break down. So that's what the wet soil is through here. Again, you can see the roots that were cut to be able to put him in this location.
Detective, once that body was recovered, what did you do? To clarify that question, once that body was taken out of the ground, what did you do?
I assisted the coroner and a few other officers in placing JJ in a body bag, a black body bag. The coroner locked the body bag for evidence. We then put it in the back of the coroner's vehicle. The coroner and a Fremont County deputy drove the vehicle up to the morgue, and myself and Lieutenant Rockwell followed behind that vehicle. Once we were at the morgue, JJ was placed in the morgue, and then we returned back to the Daybell residence.
Do you recall who the Fremont County coroner was?
Brenda Dye.
And do you recall what other officers traveled with you to the hospital?
In my vehicle was just Lieutenant Ron Ball with the coroner, Brenda Dye, I believe it was Detective Kaiserman.
And just for clarification, you had said this already, I apologize, but what hospital did you take them to?
Madison Memorial Hospital
And where is that located?
in the city of Rexburg.
Once you finished that task, what was the next step for your investigation?
We returned back to the Daybell residence. As we got there, we were told that they had possibly,
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. There's some hearsay.
I'll ask another question. Without telling the jury what anyone told you, what did you do when you got back to the residence?
we assisted in a second burial site.
And when you got back to the residence, did you observe another burial site being looked at?
I did.
Where was that located?
So through the course of our investigation, we learned that the Daybell family had deemed a section of the backyard as what they referred to as a pet cemetery. And we knew through talking to family members that the pet cemetery had a little black dog statue next to a post that kind of signified where the pet cemetery was. And so when I returned back from dropping JJ off at the morgue, I observed ERT digging in the pet cemetery area.
And did you aid in that excavation?
I did.
What did you personally do?
ERT began taking off top layers of soil in this specific area in the pet cemetery. Once they began to again see wet soil start to protrude through the dry soil, they slowed down and we got on our hands and knees and began excavating that by hand.
And by hand, did you use tools to do that?
We did. They had small tools that we could use, trowels, like paintbrushes, things of that nature.
Approximately what time of day was this?
Say it was afternoon.
And approximately how many people were there with you using hand tools?
There was only a few of us at a time that could work because of the area, but also because of the smell. We had to take turns digging because we were on our hands and knees and the smell was so bad that you could only work for a few minutes before somebody else had to take turns, get on their hands and knees and start digging by hand.
And you said the smell, what did it smell like?
Decomposing body.
How long did you aid in that excavation using the hand tools?
Hours, probably.
And did you find anything?
We did. We ended up digging down and started to uncover burnt pieces of flesh, charred bone, fatty tissue. Just, and I apologize for the lack of better words, but globs of burnt flesh starting to protrude through the dirt.
And once you found that, how long did you keep working that site that day?
We worked probably until probably 4-ish in the afternoon.
And you mentioned ERT. Were they working there alongside you?
They were. There was also other areas being excavated as well, the fire pit still. So everybody was kind of tasked with something different at that point. And once we started getting down a little bit more in Tylee's burial site, we assumed it was Tylee, we could start to see the top of what appeared to be something plastic and green. And at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, decided we were done for the evening.
When you were done for the evening, what happened?
We had Fremont County Sheriff's Office, the Madison County Fire Department, bring in two large light trucks to illuminate the crime scene. The crime scene was taped off. We had officers from Rexburg City Police, deputies from Fremont County Sheriff's Office that remained on scene all night long, walking the perimeter to make sure that the scene wasn't compromised. And it was well illuminated.
And did you return the next day?
Yes, we did.
And when you returned the next day, who else returned?
Everybody that was there the previous day.
So ERT came back
That's correct, yes.
and other members of the FBI,
Yes,
Fremont County officers,
yes.
Rexburg police officers.
Correct.
And I believe you testified earlier that there were some attorney general investigators there as well.
Yes,
And they were all there that second day.
that's correct.
Approximately what time did you arrive that second day?
We started fairly early. It was approximately 7 in the morning.
And what did you start doing when you got there on the second day?
I went back to Tylee's burial site. We had put up canopies to keep sunlight and wind. There was media, helicopters flying overhead, so we wanted to keep the scene from being compromised as much as we possibly could. And at that point, we got back down on our hands and knees and began digging again with those same little tools to get down to see what exactly we were going to take out of the ground at that point.
And so and then what happened next? Did you continue to do that work?
Like I said, we would take turns digging because the smell was so bad. And we would just keep excavating slowly around this green object that started to come through the dirt the first day. So it started to take a shape, a roundish shape, when we began digging down and methodically removing dirt. And at that point, we could start to see what appeared to be the shape of a green melted bucket that appeared to have the remains of, we assume, were Tylee that were charred and burned inside it.
And were you there for the excavation of that bucket?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Once we got down to what we thought was the bottom of the disformed bucket, we observed part of a human skull underneath the bucket. There were some teeth that we ended up excavating from underneath. At that point, the goal was to lift that out of the ground. And so there was we made kind of a little hole around it to try to get underneath. So we put tarps out. Like I said, the goal was to try to lift it completely out without manipulating it in any way. But when we tried to do that, when we lifted it, it all broke apart because there was nothing holding it together. So at that point, we had to go back in and remove all the pieces of the charred flesh and burnt bone and organs and pieces of Tylee that put onto the tarp.
And while you were doing that, you talked about the smell, and was that still present?
Yes, very much so. Strong odor, yes.
Were you able to observe the, lack of a better word, total removal of that green bucket and its contents from that excavation site?
We were able to lift everything out at that point. We put it on the blue tarp. There were photographs taken, measurements taken by ERT. Once that was completed, we dug down even further to make sure we didn't miss anything. Once we figured out everything was out of the ground, that tarp and those and Tyler's remains were then put into a body bag. In the corner again, lock the body bag for evidence purposes. And Tyler was also transported to the morgue.
And did you follow along when Tyler was transferred to the morgue like you did with JJ?
We did. We followed in the same manner. Myself and Lieutenant Ball. Once Tyler was placed in the morgue, we returned back to the Daybell residence.
Your Honor, I'm going to be asked that the witness be handed State's Exhibits 11A through 11G.
And Judge, for the record, I've previously reviewed these and I would object to admission of these as exhibits.
All right, exhibits 11A through 11G are admitted without objection. This time, as we get into this evidence, I'm going to announce that because of the graphic nature of some of this evidence, I'm not going to be showing this on the court's live stream, nor to the general public in the courtroom. The jurors will be viewing the evidence as well as the parties are permitted to see that. In addition, the court will provide an opportunity for any victims that wish to see the evidence in a private setting to view it as it's now been admitted into the record. But we made arrangements to not display this to the general public. And so, Mr. Wood, with these exhibits, that's how we'll proceed. And we will not include that on the live stream, but you can discuss it on the record in open public with witness.
Second, can you review that exhibit, those exhibits? And Your Honor, I understand these are already admitted. I am still ask a few foundational questions just to establish knowledge.
Very well.
For the record. Detective, what does State's Exhibit 11 report to be? And its subparts?
Photograph of Pet Cemetery and photographs of Tylee as we took her out of the ground in her burial site.
And were these photographs taken on June 9 and 10?
That's correct, yes.
And were you on the scene that day when those photographs were taken?
Yes,
Are they true and accurate representations of what you saw?
yes.
Your Honor, those exhibits having been admitted, I'd ask to publish.
Images of
Detective, before I publish that, I'm going to place State's Exhibit 10A up again. And can you point to the general location of what you've described as the pet cemetery?
Right here.
So can you have on the record and explain where it's pointing?
Yes, Detective, will you explain where you're pointing?
It's just east of this shop area and just north of the fire pit. So it's right through here.
And Your Honor, I do think that the state's first picture under State's Exhibit 11 is okay for public consumption.
It is. I just wanted to make sure our system was working as well, that Exhibit 11A is fine.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11A?
This is where we began excavating briefly. As you can see in this photograph, there's a small black dog statue next to the post. So that's where we had learned this was the pet cemetery area through talking to family members. And then there's just some tarps laid out for some of the soil. You can see in the back the markers that had been distinguished and laid out by ERT for the fire pit area that I had talked about earlier.
And Your Honor, I think at this point it's appropriate to turn to public access.
I agree.
Detective, Your Honor, I'm at a bit of a, I have no idea if this is, I can't see if this, well, I'll ask, Detective, can you see that image in your monitor?
Yes,
Can you see most of it?
yes.
Can you describe for the jury what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11B? What did you observe there?
Can I see? Is there a way I can use the pointer?
I have a suggestion also, Mr. Wood, just because I understand what you're doing to try to line that up since you can't see the monitor. Do you want to set a notepad or something on there and get it oriented that you could set on top of that just so that it's lined up?
And if I could have the screen for 1 moment, thank you. You remember that suggestion? Okay. Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11B?
It's hard to describe that pointer, but I'll do my best. In the middle of that photograph, you can start to see the different color and the changes in the soil from dry to a wet, moist dirt. You can start to see to the left just a little bit of that area. You can see the white piece sticking out and it's burnt on top, and that's charred bone that's starting to stick out, and all the little pieces next to it are pieces of burnt flesh, tissue, where we later determined were organs that were all kind of, that's the top of what was inside the bucket. So that's what we first started to see when we started to excavate.
And at this point, were you still using the hand tools?
But yes.
You explain for the jury what you observed in States Exhibit 11C.
So as we started to excavate down further, some of the top of the mass of burnt flesh wasn't really attached to anything. And so when we would start to dig away towards the sides, it would kind of come apart. It wasn't part of that original mass. And so what you're looking at on this blue tarp is burnt flesh still attached to some bone. The upper left part of that section that you're looking at is part of the hip bone, but it still has burnt flesh attached to it, and dirt and just fatty burnt tissue.
You described for the jury what you observed in States Exhibit 11D.
So when I talked about it started to take a roundish shape, this is what I'm referring to. And we dug around the sides of it, trying to get to the bottom, because like I said, the goal was to get underneath, have 3 or 4 guys in there and just lift it onto the tarp. So that's what you're looking at in this photograph, is just the burnt flesh. It's still just kind of inside that.
And Judge, could we approach for a sidebar, please?
Yes.
And that's part of a human skull just to the right of that, the green bucket. There were teeth there in the dirt as well. But that's what you're looking at, it's just a close up of the bottom of it.
Detective, what can you explain for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11 as?
So once we removed that mass, and put it on the blue tarp, there was still some wet soil underneath. So we dug down even further to make sure that we had excavated everything we needed. And so what you're looking at, you can see the tarps in the background we had put up. You can see some of the hand tools that we used just to the right of that hole. But that's what you're looking at, is just after we got that mass out, the wet soil.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11G?
So these were part of a tile that kind of broke apart when we tried to lift it out of the ground. There's pieces of charred bone. There's parts of a skull on the bottom left, covered in dirt, and they're still burnt, rotting flesh still attached to the bone. So that's what you're looking at that point. These were the pieces that broke off.
Detective, I believe you testified that you assisted in transferring those remains to Madison County to the hospital, correct?
Correct, I followed behind in the corner.
Was Lieutenant Ball with you again?
He was.
Once you got up to the hospital, what did you do?
We observed the Fremont County coroner, Brenda Dye, transfer Tylee's remains into the morgue. The morgue was unlocked, but there was evidence they put up. And at that point, myself and Lieutenant Ball went back to the defendant Daybell's residence.
And what did you do when you got back there?
We assisted and made sure there were no other burial sites or anything that the ERT team needed assistance with. At that point, we decided that we were going to take JJ and Tylee to the Ada County Coroner's Office to have an autopsy performed. So roughly 4 in the afternoon on June 10th, 2020, it was decided that we were going to follow the county coroner with the remains of JJ and Tylee to the Ada County Coroner's Office for an autopsy the next morning.
And when did you arrive in Ada County, approximately?
Approximately 8 or 9 in the evening on June 10th.
And what did you do once you got there?
We went directly to the coroner's office, and JJ and Tylee were dropped off, and the coroner's office took custody of both JJ and Tylee.
So that was later in the evening.
Correct.
And was an autopsy performed that night?
No.
When was the autopsy?
The autopsy,
Judge, I'm gonna object. There needs to be some foundation.
Overruled, if you know, you can answer.
the autopsy was performed June 11th, early morning hours.
Well, that was the next day.
Correct.
And were you present for that?
Yes, I was.
And where did that autopsy take place?
At the Ada County Coroner's Office.
So when you arrived at the coroner's office, what did you do first?
Initially, when we arrived, we had a little debrief with the medical examiner, Garth Warren. He told us what he expected.
Judge, objection.
Grounds,
Hearsay?
sustained.
You met with Dr. Ward.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that meeting?
To debrief us on what to expect that morning.
What did you do next?
We went to the room where the autopsy was performed. Put the sanitary booties on our shoes, signed in on a whiteboard with our name and cell phone numbers. So he had a record of everybody that was in the room. And at that point, we stood back against the wall and observed the autopsy.
Now, as a detective, you don't perform an autopsy, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to see it take place.
That's correct.
And what did you observe happening during that autopsy?
One of his team members brought out the body bag. And I recognized it to be the same body bag that we took from defendant Daybell's backyard that day because it still had dirt on it. It still had the same lock. And at that point, they opened the body bag and revealed the same black plastic, the small body that appeared to be in the black plastic.
This is so disgusting. I can't.
And then what did you observe?
My God.
Dr. Warren and his team cut down the middle of the black plastic to open up what was inside. At that time, I observed a small child with duct tape on his head from his chin to his forehead area, tightly wrapped around his head. He had red pajama pants on, red pajama shirt. He had his arms folded this way across his body. And there was duct tape from elbow all the way around to his other elbow. He had his ankles also bound with duct tape. He was still wearing his nighttime pull-up diaper. He had black socks with the word Skechers in orange. I could tell that he was going through various states of decomposition based on his skin color.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Grounds.
He doesn't have the experience to make a determination about the levels of decomposition. He's speculating.
I'll sustain the objection and start the final part of the answer about decomposition, Mr. Wilkie.
All right. Detective, what did the body's skin look like?
The skin was sloughing. It appeared to be bluish green, black, yellow. And through my training experience, going through and handling different dead bodies at different stages of decomposition, that's what I read.
Judge, I'm gonna object again. There's been no foundation for him to make that sort of medical assessment. He's not a medical doctor.
Your Honor, my argument would be that's not a medical assessment. It is based on his training and experience.
I'll overrule the objection. If you'd like to cross further, you'll have a chance, Mr. Pryor. The objection is overruled. Foundation laid in the previous response.
Detective, once this, the body was taken out of the bag and you made the observations that you've just described, what happened next?
Dr. Warren and his team then cut the white plastic that was wrapped around his head and duct taped. They cut down the middle to reveal what was underneath. And at that point, I observed another piece of duct tape stretched from JJ's jawline to jawline over his mouth. He also cut the several layers of duct tape from his arms, and it revealed some more duct tape that had his wrist bound underneath all those layers of duct tape. He then took his bottom pajamas off and shirt, and it also revealed the nighttime pull-up diaper he was still wearing.
Now, Detective, you spoke about the duct tape and bag over the head, correct?
Correct.
And you've been referring to this as JJ.
Yes.
Until that duct tape and bag were removed, though, were you able to identify him as JJ?
No. Once they removed the duct tape in the bag, through looking at all the photographs for the last 8 months of JJ, I recognized him to be the same little boy laying on that table as JJ Vallow. He had the same hairstyle, shorter on the sides, longer on top. At that point, I recognized him as JJ.
Once the clothing was removed, what did you observe happen next?
Dr. Warren pointed out some bruising on his arms, on his ankles, on his chest. He also pointed out some scratch marks on the left side of his neck, just under the duct tape. At that point, Dr. Warren and his team performed the autopsy.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be shown state's exhibits 12A through 12B.
A through B.
E.
B, thank you.
Detective, can you review those exhibits for me when you've had a chance to?
Yeah.
Do you recognize state's exhibits 12A through E?
Yes,
What do they purport to be?
JJ Vallow laying on the table after they opened the black plastic.
And were you present when those pictures were taken?
Yes,
You were in the same room.
Correct.
Are those true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that states exhibits 12A through E entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. 12A through E are admitted. All of these are graphic in nature, will not be published or shown on the court's live feed or to the public in the courtroom. They'll be published to the jurors, however you wish to split.
Thank you. Detective, can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 12A?
Once they removed the black plastic that J.J. Valla was in, this is the first thing we saw. You can see on the white plastic on top of his head, that's the slit that was made when his head was sticking out of the ground. You can see the duct tape I testified to wrapped around his entire face. His red pajamas are still soaked with body decomposition. The level of duct tape on his arms is what really caught my attention. And he still has he has a white and blue child blanket wrapped around him.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 12B?
This is the JJ's legs, his bottom half, he has his red pajama pants on still. His ankles, like I testified, are wrapped with duct tape. Those are his black Skechers socks that he had on. It's hard to see there too, but his legs and body are also soaked with decomposition.
Can you describe to the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 12C?
When I spoke earlier that Dr. Warren cut down the white plastic and the duct tape that was covering his head, this is what we saw. You can see the other layer of duct tape around his mouth that went from jawline to jawline. You can see his hair, brown hair, still was matted down to his head, wet, soaked with body decomposition. But at that point, I was able to still recognize him as J.J. Valla.
What did you observe in 12D?
That's the white bag that was covering his head. That looks like blood in the bag. It's actually body decomposition, just breaking down. It appeared to be a normal trash bag. It had a red drawstring. And you can see, if you look close at the waffle style pattern, the expandable type trash bag. There's still pieces of duct tape that are attached. That's what that photograph depicts.
Can you describe to the jury what you saw in 12E?
That's just another photo of JJ. The tape is starting to lose its stickiness because of the way the body is. It's just a different photo or a different angle of JJ's face.
Okay, I have a re-sidebar, council.
Hey, I'll let you go. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, I love you.
Love you too. Bye.
Bye. Hey, sorry guys. I got a phone call. Did I leave you during a whole recess? What just happened? Oh, happy Cappy.
Bit earlier than normal, but we are going to take a mid-morning recess at this time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Here about slightly before 10:30 to get started.
All rise, please.
They just left. Okay, I'm like, what happened? I'm so sorry. My nephew called me. All right, I'm going to fast forward.
Council, if you're ready, we'll have the jury's brought back in.
Oh, Queen, I'm sorry. I know it is. It's hard. You can definitely tell, Gerri, these guys, they won't get over it. I've told you guys stories about my dad, you know, as a homicide detective, and my brother in search and rescue. There were things they never got over them.
Morning recess. Detective Colonel CEO is still under oath. And Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you can do that at this time.
Detective, I think when we left off, we were speaking about the autopsy of J.D. Bell, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier that you did observe the actual, not only the body, but then the autopsy of J.J. Bell.
That's correct.
And were you present for that entire autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And when that autopsy was concluded, what did you do?
At that time, Dr. Warren and his team removed JJ from that autopsy table. They then brought out a second, excuse me, black body bag. And I recognized it to be the same body bag from the scene because it also had dirt. And they placed that body bag on the table.
And what did you observe next?
Dr. Warren and his team opened the body bag, looked at the remains for what was left as far as remains inside. He stated there was nothing he could do at that time with an autopsy. So
Judge, I'm going to move to strike as hearsay.
Your own statement already came through.
And I'm going to move to strike.
So
could you repeat the question?
What did you observe? What were you had just talked about the Ty's remains being brought out. What did you observe?
Once the remains were brought out, Dr. Warren opened the bag and looked at the remains and stated there was nothing he could do at that point. So at that time, we left the autopsy room for the day.
And when you left, did you do anything in furtherance of your investigation that day?
No,
Did you return to the Ada County Coroner's office the next day?
we did. On June 12th, 2020, we went back to the Ada County Coroner's office. At that point, Lieutenant Wall took custody of some of the evidence and we transported it to the state lab in Meridian.
And were you with Lieutenant Ball when you did that? That's what I was doing. And once you took it to the state lab, what did you do?
Those items were checked into the state lab. And then that concluded what we did for that day.
Detective, you spoke earlier about some of the other agencies you've worked with in this investigation. And is it correct you worked with Fremont County?
Correct, yes.
And I believe you testified that your primary focus in this investigation was looking for Tylee and JJ. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Was there an investigation in Fremont County at the same time that had connections to your investigation?
Yes, there was.
What was that investigation?
Fremont was investigating the death of Tammy Daybell, who was married to the defendant, Chad Daybell. Kind of the exact same time we were doing our investigation with missing children.
And would you meet with Fremont County and discuss the cases together?
Yes, we would.
And would you aid each other in those investigations?
Yes,
Would you share information?
yes.
Detective, are you aware of any event involving Tammy Daybell on October 9th, 2019?
Yes, I am.
How did you become aware of that event?
Through the course of sharing information with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, we were advised.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
All right, I want to have the court reporter, if we could, read back Mr. Wood's previous question before the sidebar, and then I'll see if there's an objection held by defense.
Question, how did you become aware of that event?
Is there an objection to that, Mr. Pryor?
No, not to that question.
Okay, then Mr. Wood, just proceed with another question.
I don't think there's no objection to the question. I don't think it's been answered yet.
Okay. You can answer.
We were advised through the course of our investigation that
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. The question is whether he was advised, not what he was advised of, but whether he was advised.
Our response, Mr. Wood?
I'm not quite sure I understand that objection, Your Honor.
I don't as well, so you can continue with your response.
Can you repeat the question? Please.
How did you become aware of the events of October 9th, 2019?
Through the course of our investigation, we were aware of those events through speaking with Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Why was it important to you in investigating your case to share information and receive information from Fremont County?
It was important because the suspects in that case were the exact same suspects in our case. And so we wanted to make sure that we shared information so nothing was missed. At that point, we were still looking for two small children. And so it was imperative to us that we shared information and gathered information from neighboring counties and anybody that was involved with this case.
And did you also confer with Arizona law enforcement?
We did, yes.
Detective, are you aware of who Charles Vallow was?
Yes.
Who was he?
Charles Vallow was married to Lori Vallow.
Is he alive?
No, he is not.
Do you know when he died?
Charles died July 11th, 2019.
Are you aware of how he died?
Charles was shot by Alex Cox, Lori's brother.
Now, you testified earlier that your initial involvement in this case involved looking for a Jeep.
That's correct.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you testified that you were looking for that Jeep because it was requested by Arizona law enforcement.
That's correct, yes.
And are you aware of why they were looking for that Jeep?
Yes, I am.
Why were they looking for that Jeep?
That Jeep was a suspect in an attempted homicide of Brendan Boudreaux, who was married to Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreaux. The suspect in that homicide was also Alex Cox.
Detective, going back to October 9th, 2019 in Tammy Daybell, are you aware of the incident that took place with Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I am.
What was it?
Judge, I'm going to object. There's no foundation as to how you became aware of it.
Sustained.
Through your investigation, did you become aware of what happened to Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I did.
And how did you become aware of that information?
Sharing information with Fremont County.
And so was this part of the collective knowledge of the case that you were working?
That's correct, yes.
And did you aid in that investigation as well?
I did.
So you personally became aware of these events?
Correct.
Based on your knowledge and your investigation, are you aware of any event involving Tammy Daybell on October 9th, 2018?
Judge, again, there hasn't been proper foundation.
I think at this point I've established that it's through his investigation and knowledge.
This objection's overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes, I'm aware.
And what was that event?
On October 9th, 2019, Tammy Daybell believes that she was shot at in the driveway of the defendant Daybell's residence.
And when you say shot at, are you aware of how she thought she was shot at?
She initially reported that it was possibly a paintball gun.
Detective, in your investigation, Did you ever put together timelines of events that took place?
Yes, I did.
Why is it important to do that?
Just to establish who the key figures were and the key dates to aid in our investigation, so we can make sure that we share the accurate and correct information with the other agencies.
And in preparing for this trial, did you prepare any charts of key figures to aid the jury in understanding your testimony and the testimony of the trial?
Yes, I did.
And was that based on your involvement in the case
Yes,
and your investigation?
correct.
And based on I'm sorry, that wasn't very well said. Based on the information you gained from your investigation.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 30. Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 30 in your hand?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
Those are the key figures that I put together as far as the investigation goes, photographs.
And did you do that to aid this jury in understanding who the people involved in this case are?
Yes,
And did you do that in anticipation of your testimony?
yes, I did.
And are those, the pictures attached with those names, are those true and accurate representations of the individuals attached to those names?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, the state would move to enter State's Exhibit 30 into evidence.
Any objection?
For demonstrative purposes, no.
Very well. Exhibit 30 is entered for that reason.
May I publish?
Yes.
Detective, if you can just use your pointer and just, for purposes of the record, read the names attached with each picture.
Sure. This is Lori Vallow Daybell, Charles Vallow, Alex Cox, who's Lori's brother, Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell, his deceased wife, Tylee Ryan, who is daughter to Lori, JJ Vallow, who's a son to Lori, and Melanie Pulowski Boudreaux, she was remarried, is the niece to Lori Vallow.
Now, when you say that JJ was Lori Daybell's son, was he also Charles Vallow's son?
Yes, he was.
And that was by way of adoption, correct?
That's correct.
And so Alex Cox was JJ and Tylee's uncle.
Yes.
Detective, similar to that last chart, did you prepare a timeline in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that based on your experience and knowledge of the case?
Yes, I did.
And it was based on information you gained through your investigation?
That's correct.
And did you do that to aid the jurors in understanding just the basic timeline of the events that happened in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 31.
Judge, could we approach please with the sidebar?
Yes.
What the heck is going on? Wow.
2023 by you to the 404B motion. Does the state have any clarification on that, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, just based on recollection, I believe it was not an objection to all of the state's intended 404B, but to some of it. And my recollection, and I'm not looking at any document, this is just my recollection, was that the defendant did stipulate to some of the 404B, including issues dealing with Charles Fallow and Brandon Goodrow. That's my recollection.
And Judge, my recollection is that I did file a timely objection, but then at the hearing, there was, and I'm going back, Judge, and we're talking 3 years ago. And I'm just going off of recollection as well, as Mr. Wood is. I believe that I filed an objection, and then at the time of the hearing, I may have orally stated that I'm not objecting to the introduction of the Brandon Goodrow or the Charles Fallow information. And Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald continued theirs, and the hearing was continued on. And somewhere in the interim, Judge, there was a severance order granted. And I don't know whether I was part of the 404B motion. That's where I'm having some difficulty in recollection. My records don't show an order that you granted the 404B in this case, so I don't see an order in this case.
Okay, so just to clarify, there was an objection was filed on behalf of Mr. Daybell by Mr. Pryor, February 14th, 2023 to the 404B. We then had a hearing on the 404B evidence on February 22nd, 2023. The court then issued an oral ruling on the record, and in that oral ruling went through different evidence that was sought to be proffered under 404B. And among the rulings the court made on the court minutes under paragraph 9, specifically referencing consideration of the shooting at Mr. Goodrow, the court weighed out the 404B arguments and found that it would be admissible at trial. And then in the hearing, I did indicate that I'd gone through the analysis for 404B, looking at the State versus Fox case, doing a two-tiered weighing with the factors, balancing them out with the evidence proffered, and ultimately, and I'm looking at the transcript of this hearing where I made the oral ruling, determining finally, quote, the court does find there is relevance under tier 1, parts 1 and 2 for the introduction of that evidence. And then I looked at rule 403 to see if there was probative value to substantially outweigh the danger of unfair prejudice, and finally determined that as to the attempted shooting of Brandon Goodrow, there would be more probative than unfairly prejudicial, as it would relate back to the purported plan of the defendants. So the court did find that the state was permitted to introduce that 404B evidence. So as we stand here, knowing procedurally that's the ruling, on the timeline, I guess I'll first come back to this proposed Exhibit 31 and ask if there's any objection at this point for the defense, Mr. Pryor.
No, Judge.
Okay, so Exhibit 31 then has been offered and will be admitted. I would also note on the record that I think the door has been open to discuss that anyway based on opening argument as well. But for that reason, and also based on the court's prior determination made, I am going to permit that reference on 404B evidence. The reason I'm still discussing this for counsel is I think this now triggers a requirement that I give a limiting instruction to the jurors about how 404B evidence is considered. And I do have prepared a limiting instruction that I am going to advise them of at such point as after your exhibit's been offered, Mr. Wood. Okay, thanks for the delay there. We can bring the jurors back in, please. This is,
I don't know where the.
I've got the action.
And Judge, if I could just quickly inquire before the jury comes back in, if the court did have both pages of that in its,
I only have first page.
okay, once we get done with this witness, I'll bring that up.
Okay.
All right.
Jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, apologies for that delay. We were working through an evidence issue. I will note that the state has offered Exhibit 31, which has now been admitted by the court. It's a timeline. It does make some references in there that, for me at this time, I think would be best to give the jurors a special limiting instruction. So I'll read this instruction to the jurors at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, evidence will be introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant committed acts other than for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. So that instruction provided, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to proceed with that exhibit.
Your Honor, I don't have these.
Well, I believe the witness does.
May I publish?
Yes.
Just briefly before I do, Detective, before we took a break, we spoke about timeline you had prepared.
Correct.
And the reason you prepared that was to aid the jury in understanding the events of this case.
Yes.
If you can take your pointer and go through these events and just read them into the record.
July 11th, 2019, Charles Vallow dies. September 2nd through September 3rd, 2019, Lori, Alex, and the kids, JJ and Tyler, moved to Rexburg, Idaho. The last known proof of life for Tylee was September 8th, 2019. The last known proof of life for JJ was September 22nd, 2019. The attempted shooting at Brenton Boudreaux, Gilbert, Arizona, or attempted homicide, excuse me, October 2nd, 2019. The attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell, October 9th, 2019. The death of Tammy Daybell, October 19th, 2019.
And if you'll continue on the second page.
November 1st, police received a call about a Jeep. The Jeep was located November 4th, 2019. Chad and Lori get married in Hawaii, November 5th, 2019. Welfare check on JJ, November 26th, 2019, which is the same day Alex and Chad were contacted. The Rexburg Police Department searched Lori and Alex's apartments November 27th, 2019. Search warrant served on the Daybell residence was June 9th on 2020. JJ and Tyler were taken to the Ada County Coroner's office June 10th, 2020. And the autopsy was conducted June 11th of 2020. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Judge, would the court like me to start, or would you, or like to take a break at the lunch break?
Let's go ahead and get started with cross and go till it was, please.
Good afternoon, all. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
We do know each other. We've at least exchanged pleasantries a couple of times.
Yes, sir.
In the past. And I guess for purposes of this hearing, would you prefer that I refer to you as lieutenant or officer?
Lieutenant's fine.
Mr. Pryor, apologize very much for the interruption. I wanted to confirm something on that last exhibit. It was entered by the court. Is that a demonstrative exhibit?
That's what I understood.
Either as a demonstrative or a summary.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Apologies for the interruption.
Judge, I'm also looking for the, oh, I found it. So Lieutenant, you've been involved in a number of aspects in regards to this case, is that right?
That's correct.
You've done some investigation on your own in terms of welfare check with Lori Vallum, is that right?
Yes.
But you've also interviewed a number of witnesses, is that correct?
Yes.
You interviewed Melanie Gibb, David Warwick, right?
Yes.
Several times?
Few times.
And you've interviewed a number of other witnesses as it relates to this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now you previously discussed your role as a police officer and investigator in this case. And I guess I want to clarify something if you could, please. As a police officer investigating a case, your role is to conduct an investigation, right? Look at the facts.
Correct.
Try to establish and gain some information, right?
Correct.
But you're not supposed to judge one way or the other, right? You're supposed to remain neutral.
That's correct.
And you're not supposed to narrow that role as a police officer to a particular person. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In other words, you're supposed to look at the evidence as a whole. And rather than focusing on one person and saying, we're going to assume this person did this, and we're going to build our case around prosecuting that person, that would be inappropriate, wouldn't it?
Right.
Your role is actually to look at all the evidence, consider all the evidence. And once you've gathered all the evidence that you think is relevant to a case, what do you do with that evidence?
We follow the evidence.
Okay, and then once you follow the evidence, you've established a report or you've come to concluding your investigation, what do you do with that evidence that you've concluded with?
We put a case together.
Okay, and then do you provide it to someone?
We provide it to the prosecutors.
Okay, so there's distinct roles as part of a criminal case. You'd agree with that, right?
Yes,
And your role is to conduct an investigation, correct?
correct.
Look into all possible evidence of any kind, correct?
That's correct.
And view the evidence, right?
Yes,
Not make any determination as to what that evidence means, but rather gather as much evidence as you think is relevant in your mind and put together a compilation of that evidence, correct?
correct.
Okay. And then at that point, only at that point, do you provide it to the prosecuting attorney and they make a determination as to whether or not they will pursue charges against them. Do you understand? Is that the way you understand the process is supposed to work?
Yes,
Okay. And if you were not to follow that process, if you were not to follow what I just described, that wouldn't be appropriate. There's protocols. Do you agree with that, right?
yes,
Okay. And you should never blend the roles of a police officer with the role of a prosecuting attorney. You would agree with that, right?
explain what you mean by blend the roles.
Well, I mean, it's not a prosecutor's role to show up at an investigation when you're conducting an investigation and engage in part of the process of interviewing witnesses. You'd agree with that, right?
I've had prosecutors show up to certain investigations.
Okay, but that's not the norm, is it?
I think it depends on the investigation.
Okay, okay. So in other words, you think that it's appropriate that if a prosecutor is deciding whether to pursue charges against somebody, that they should also participate in the interviewing of these witnesses as part of that process. Is that what you're telling me?
I think it's important for a prosecutor to have all the information.
Well, doesn't that create a problem in your mind?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, let me talk to you a little bit about that. Because if you're doing an investigation and you're really remaining neutral as part of that investigation, right? You're not supposed to make judgments, correct?
Correct.
You're supposed to look at the evidence, gather all the evidence, and then make a determination of what evidence you want to submit to a prosecuting attorney, right?
Correct.
Do you ever get involved in the process of deciding whether someone should be charged or not?
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, after the evidence is all gathered, and after you've done your report as a police officer and put together all of the information, do you ever go over to the prosecutor's office and say, you know what, I put this evidence together, and you know what, I want to have a discussion with you about whether or not we want to charge this person? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it?
I'm going to object as argumentative.
It's the same.
Okay. But would it be appropriate for a prosecutor to interview witnesses and inject their personal opinion in those processes of interviewing witnesses? Would that be proper under any circumstances?
And I'm going to object as argumentative.
I'll overrule that objection.
And could you repeat the question again?
Yes. But would it be appropriate for a prosecutor to interview witnesses and inject their personal opinion in those processes of interviewing witnesses? Would that be proper under the circumstances?
To interject their personal opinion?
Yeah.
I would say probably not.
Okay. So if you're engaging in name calling or making references to a person's character in a case, that would clearly be an inappropriate act, would it not?
Objection beyond the scope, Your Honor.
That's sustained, and that's facts, not evidence.
All right. Okay. Now, you spoke a little bit about this body cam issue. And You said that it was a policy that there's only one body cam among 7 or 10 of you as detectives. Is that right?
No, sir, I never once said it was policy. I just said there was only one body cam.
Oh,
We
so,
have 7 detectives.
so in other words, you share a body cam. It's not a policy within the department.
Correct.
Okay, is there a policy in the department about recording or trying to preserve a record when you're interviewing witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, what's that policy, sir?
When we conduct interviews at the police department,
Yeah.
those interviews are recorded.
Okay. Now, what about if you're out in the field and you're conducting an interview? Is that to be recorded as well?
There's no policy that says it has to be recorded.
Okay. Do you carry a microphone as well, officer, other than a body cam?
No, not on my person, I don't.
Okay. Do you carry a cell phone while you're doing that? That's issued by the county.
Do I keep the cell phone in my car? Yes,
I didn't ask you that. I said, do you carry a cell phone when you go out in the field?
on my person or in my vehicle?
Either one.
In my vehicle.
Okay. And does that cell phone have the technology that allows you to record or photograph and videotape images?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So what I understand is on November 26, 2019, you were directed, or you directed your folks to go out to the Lori Vallow residence. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you said that you were with Ron Ball. Is that who you said you were with?
At one time, yes, I was with a couple different officers that day.
Oh, so tell me who you were with on that day. Remind me.
Detective Dave Holt,
Okay,
Detective David Stubbs,
okay.
and Lieutenant Ron Ball.
So there were 4 of you who went out there to locate or to find out some information about what again? Remind me.
About the whereabouts of J.J. Vallow.
Okay, and this was a concern that you had because you were contacted by another law enforcement agency expressing concern about the safety of a young child, right?
No, sir.
Okay, tell me what was the purpose?
It was a simple welfare check.
Okay. And you went out on this welfare check and there were, if my math is correct, please correct me. Did all 4 of you detectives and lieutenants go out at the same time?
No, sir.
You went out at different times.
Myself and Dave Holt went out initially.
Okay, and then when did the other 2 officers show up?
When I called them based on the lies that I had been told.
Okay. And these lies that you've been told, at that point, you and Detective Hope, neither of you decided to bring a video camera, right?
That's correct.
And neither of you decided to wear a recorder to record any of the incidents that took place about these so-called lies, right?
That's correct.
And nobody took out their phone and recorded it or made a video or audio recording of the discussion with Mr. Daybell or Mr. Cox on November 26, 2019, right?
That's correct.
And even after you said these so-called lies, even after you discovered that, Mr. Daybell apparently told you something that you didn't think was true, at that point, did you instruct any of the officers who were coming to aid you? Maybe it's a good idea we should bring an audio with, or a video camera with us, or a mic to record some of these statements, because I have some concerns. Did you think about that?
We did that, sir.
Hold on. I'm going that. There was an objection. I'm sustaining the objection. So, strike the answer. You can ask another question, Mr. Pryor.
And it was Detective Stubbs who had the video cam, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And that was when you video cammed Miss Vallow, about when you had contact eventually with Miss Vallow, is that what the video camera that you're talking about?
I didn't have contact with Miss Vallow.
Now, I'm a little confused about something. And maybe you can clear this up. You said that you asked Mr. Daybell first about whether he had Lori Vallow's phone number, correct?
No, sir. I didn't contact Mr. Daybell till after I contacted Alex Cox.
Okay. At some point, did you ask for Lori Vallow's phone number from Mr. Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at no point did you ever make a threat to him saying you're going to turn this phone number over to us, right?
No, sir.
At no point did any other officer walk up to him and say, if you don't turn this phone number over, you're going to get yourself in a lot of trouble. That never took place to your knowledge, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But then after that, you're saying, at first he said, I'm not going to give you the phone number. And then out of the blue, he decides to give you the phone number.
Objection misstates the facts and evidence.
Okay. Then subsequent to that, he
Hold on,
decides,
Mr. Pryor. When there's an objection, I'm gonna rule on it before you launch into another question. So the objection is sustained.
subsequent to that, he decides to give you the phone number. Is that right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
I'll go back over the analysis here.
Thank you.
Your testimony is that Mr. Daybell refused to give you the phone number at first, correct?
That's correct.
And that was an adamant refusal. He said, no, I don't know what her phone number is, right?
That's correct.
And then without any further prompting by the police officers or any encouragement by law enforcement, he shows back up and gives you the phone number later, right?
Objection, he's misstating the facts and the
Well,
evidence.
I'm trying to establish the facts, Judge.
The objection's overruled. If the witness has an answer, he may answer.
You say he showed back up. He never left when I originally asked him.
Okay,
I had to ask him twice to get the phone number.
okay. And how much time passed between the first request and the second request?
Roughly a minute.
Okay. So without any prompting by the police, he asked him for the phone number. He denied, and then within 60 seconds, he said, oh, here's the phone number. Is that what your testimony is?
When Detective Hope started walking towards us and I re-asked him again, that's when he gave me the number.
So you had to ask him twice. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Now I'm gonna kind of bounce around a little bit, okay? Please bear with me, okay? You made a comment about supposed paintball guns, and if I misquote your testimony, please correct me, okay? You said something about a supposed paintball gun incident with Tammy Daybell, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you later on decided that it was the words you used were a shooting. Is that the words you used?
Probably.
Well, you were just here testifying a few minutes ago and just used the word shooting when Mr. Wood talked to you about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you've had a chance to look at all the evidence, right? In this case, you got access to almost all the evidence in this case,
That's
right?
correct.
And have you gone through all the evidence in this case?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and did you look at evidence of facts and circumstances surrounding the Tammy Daybell incident on October 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, just bear with me.
Your Honor, if he's going to be showing evidence digitally, we'll put our screen back up.
Yeah.
Not sure I'm going to be up there, but okay. Now, I would represent to you that we previously stipulated to the admission of a number of exhibits in this case. And one of the exhibits is exhibit number 16. Okay? And the parties that previously exhibited, Judge, we've already moved it, it's already been exhibited. So what I'm going to do is show you exhibit 16. Okay?
And this is one already admitted.
It's already been admitted, Judge, previously. Now, you talked about facts, and you use the word shooting is what you use, right? From Tammy Daybell?
Correct.
And you don't believe that Tammy Daybell was shot at with anything other than a paintball gun, do you?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
You don't believe that Tammy Daybell was shot with anything other than a paintball gun, do you?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay, and what do you base that on?
The evidence, through our investigation.
Okay, and part of your investigation is did you look at the Tammy Daybell evidence that she provided to your office?
To my office or Fremont County?
Fremont County.
I did.
Okay. And one of the pieces of evidence is exhibit number 16. Judge, I don't see it going on.
All right, council, if you'd like, we can take a lunch break or we can keep moving on here from that.
Here we are, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, and officer, I'd have you turn to the screen and see if you can read the screen. Just read it. Not out loud, just to yourself. Let me know when you're done.
I'm done, sir.
Okay. And I would represent to you that this is a email from Tammy Daybell to her friends in the Salem Third Ward of her church. Okay? And would you start with the word something and read the email to me?
Something really weird just happened. I want you to know so you can watch out. I'd gotten home and parked in our front driveway. As I was getting stuff out of the back seat, a guy wearing a ski mask suddenly standing at the back of my car with a paintball gun. He shot at me several times, although I don't think it was loaded. I yelled for Chad and he ran around the back of the house. I have no idea what his motive was, and he never spoke, even after I asked him several times what he though.
Okay. So, and do you see the date on this email? It's just about friends there.
Are you gonna object to this being characterized as an email?
I'll sustain that.
Okay.
Do you want to clarify this part, what type of communication it is?
Well, it's a communication to the friends of the church, and I think it's a text
I'm
message.
sorry.
I can. I believe it's a text message. Judge, I may have misstated that it was an email.
Okay,
My apologies. So this text message went out to all of the friends of the Salem Third Ward. It's an LDS ward over in the town of Salem, right?
I can't answer
You don't
that.
know. You know where the town of Salem is, right?
I do.
And that's a town that's close to Rexburg?
Correct.
Okay. And obviously, you can't answer that about the ward or anything like that, but obviously the term ward would suggest that it's some sort of a religious group of folks they're talking to, right?
Correct.
Okay. But this email doesn't say that she was shot with a gun, or there's even a mention of a gun. The email talks about a paintball.
Again, I'm gonna object to characterization of this as an email. It needs to be
Text
separate.
message, judge, it's gonna be.
I'm sorry. We'll speak for it.
Yeah. When there's an objection, Mr. Again, gotta have time to get it on the record, make a ruling, and then respond, please. So sustained, mistakes the evidence.
Text.
I'm also gonna object to this being described as a text message. There needs to be some foundation for what this evidence actually is.
Judge, I don't need a foundation. This has been admitted as an exhibit. This is
All right.
admitted.
I'll overrule that objection. Jury can do it in the format it came in with the screen capture.
So at any rate, this message from Ms. Daybell to the people of the Third Ward doesn't say that it was a gun, does it?
Says, does say it's a gun, just says it's a paintball gun.
Oh, it says paintball gun. You're right. Okay.
That's it.
It doesn't say any other gun, right? If there's any confusion about that, right?
Not in this email or text.
Okay. Did you also have an occasion to look at I'll be bringing that up later, but the search engine from Tammy Daybell's account?
No, I did not look at the search engine.
Well, she also didn't know that someone was trying to kill her.
And I'm gonna hack his.
But they were.
One of the officers, Officer K, whatever his name is, Officer K, was provided email, search information that Tammy Daybell engaged in regarding paintball guns in a picture. Are you aware of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking whether he's aware of it.
Overruled.
Are you aware of it?
I was aware that he was provided information. I can't tell you exactly what information he was.
Okay, we'll get to that in another day. But did you also listen to the 911 call that was made regarding the paintball incident?
I did.
Okay. And there was no mention of a gun in that 911 call, right?
No,
The mention in the 911 call is that someone took a shot at me or tried to take a shot with a paintball gun, right?
that's correct.
Okay. So the suggestion today that it was a gun is based on your own hunch, right?
No, sir.
Well, do you have the gun?
I have evidence of Google searches done by Alex Cox around that time.
Okay. Do you have information as to where Alex Cox was at the time of this alleged shooting?
Yes, sir.
You do have evidence of that?
He was at the Daybell residence earlier that day.
I didn't ask you on the day of the Daybell residence at the time of this shooting. And do you recall when this shooting took place?
I believe it was maybe 8 in the evening, maybe.
Right. And let's clarify this because the data that you have regarding him being at the residence was much earlier in the day, right?
That's correct.
And you don't have any data that shows that Alex Cox's phone dinged or any other communication device that Alex Cox had was at the location of the house at the time of this paintball incident, do you?
At the time, no, sir.
Okay. And so at this point, the information you're talking about is there's some Google searches by Alex Cox, correct?
That's correct.
And the information is that you've decided to not take into consideration Tammy Daybell's own statement about a paintball gun?
Objection misstates his testimony.
Sustained. So what other information are you leaning on to suggest that this was anything but a paintball gun?
The Google searches performed by Alex Cox talked about shooting through Dodge Dakota.
Okay. And I appreciate that. And that would be one of Chad and Tammy Daybell's vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware of who was driving the Dodge Dakota at the time that incident took place?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the family members, any of the 4 children about who was actually the driver of this Dodge Dakota that Alex Cox was trying to figure out a way to shoot through?
We attempted to contact those children and they wouldn't speak with us.
Okay, so you don't know whether Chad Daybell or Tammy Daybell were driving that Dodge Dakota, right?
That's correct.
So the reality is that Tammy Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota. It sounds like Alex Cox had something for Tammy Daybell. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just simply stating what Mr. Cox's Google searches were around the time of that shooting.
Okay, and you're basing those Google searches on your position that you believe this was a shooting, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if Chad Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota during this time, and he was the primary driver and maybe the only driver, would that mean then you would be looking at whether Alex Cox was trying to shoot Chad Daybell?
Chad Daybell didn't call in a 911 call and said he was shot at. Tammy Daybell.
Yeah, but Tammy Daybell called in a 911 call about a paintball gun. And it was a paintball gun. And we'll have Officer Cannon talk about that. And we'll listen to the 911 call.
Objection, that's not a question.
Well, the question is,
Mr. Pryor, again, you've got to give me an opportunity to rule an objection. If it is sustained, let's just argument, it's not a question. You can ask another question.
the shooting and the call that was taking place was in reference to a paintball gun incident, wasn't it?
Can you repeat the question, sir? I couldn't hear you.
The call that was made regarding this incident was a 911 call about a paintball incident, wasn't it? They used the words paintball in the 911 call.
That's correct.
We'll move on. Okay. Now, we previously talked about, and Judge, I don't know when you want to stop. I've got a ways to go.
I think this probably is a good time for the lunch break, even the time. So we will take our lunch recess, that'll be an hour. We'll plan on coming back on for additional testimony around 10 and a quarter after 1.
All rise, please.
You know, that's so stupid because, you know, let's be honest. She could have told him it was a BB gun. She could have thought it was a BB gun. That it wasn't. And again, she didn't know someone was trying to kill her at that time. Yeah, it's totally annoying me too. You can listen to the 911 call. You know, not until she looked at her husband in the face and realized that he was killing her, did it probably a million things go through her head. They do look like real guns. They do. Right. Yeah, that is totally crazy happening. They do. Yep. You are right. Well, we're going to fast forward through lunch. This guy has me irritated so bad right now.
He Googled what caliber it would take to shoot through the windshield of Dodge.
Trying to kill Tammy Davis, obviously. So we did that over the lunch hour, and now I think I'm okay. Let's hope so. And that I think the judge's admonition should be enough at this point. I think I got the point. So we're going to go a little slower if you don't mind. Yeah. So I want to go back to the paintball incident. And you said that one of the pieces of evidence was that Alex Cox had Googled a black Dodge Dakota, correct?
He Googled what caliber it would take to shoot through the windshield of Dodge Dakota.
Was it the windshield?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Judge, there's previously been an admission of Exhibit 34 by stipulation. That's Homer J. Maximus with a reference to the state as well. And we'll get back to that in a minute. But there was at least a reference at some point that there was going to be trying to find out what kind of caliber it would take to penetrate a Dodge Dakota vehicle, somewhat, windshield or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
And you took that as a threat, as a means of saying that's why Alex Cox was trying to kill Tammy Daybell.
That Google search, along with him being at that residence that same day earlier,
Okay,
and the incident involving Tammy Daybell,
okay, okay. Okay. And that's what drew you to that conclusion, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. So we don't know who was driving the Dodge Dakota regularly, do we? Because you didn't speak with the kids, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we do know that on the day that you said Chad Daybell, at least you were alleging that Chad Daybell fled on sometime in June 9th. Is that right?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Well, try to clarify that. High rate of speed, Chad Daybell left the area. Is that fair?
That's fair.
That's what you're stating, correct?
That's correct.
And in the vehicle that he was in, do you know that that was the Dodge Dakota that supposedly he was fleeing in?
It was not Dodge Dakota he was fleeing in.
Okay, what vehicle was he fleeing in?
I can't recall off the top of my head. We have it in inbound, but it wasn't the Dodge Dakota.
Okay. Okay. So there were two vehicles, an Equinox and a Dodge Dakota. Which one was it?
Which day, sir?
On June 9th, which, there are two vehicles that the Daybells owned, the Equinox and the Dodge Dakota. So which one was it that he was allegedly fleeing?
I just did. I couldn't recall the vehicle that
Okay.
was arrested.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair. So, just to recap, we know that there was a Google search by Alex Cox on his Homer J. Maximus account, correct?
Correct.
And that there was an allegation that someone was, or that Alex Cox was trying to figure out what type of caliber to at least shoot at a black Dodge Dakota, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We don't know who the target was, or who was the target was in that Dodge Dakota, but we know it was someone who owned the vehicle, obviously, right?
Well, I would assume so.
Okay, okay. Now, that's what you based on the fact that you thought that there was an attempt on Tammy Daybell that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you read that email from the Homer J, or the research from the Homer J. Maximus account, did you take into consideration the date of when that search took place?
I did.
And when was that?
I can't recall. I have to refer to my notes.
Okay. I'm gonna take the liberty of helping you out a little bit. At least I think I'm gonna help you. There. Judge, I don't know why it's not going up on the screen.
Is this a exhibit?
34.
34, sorry, which 34 has sub exhibits, is
I
that
believe it's A, Judge.
34A is admitted previously by stipulation. 34A is what you're trying to publish, Mr. Clark.
Yes, Judge.
I don't know if there's some one can assist to see it, but the okay, it is admitted.
There we go. I'm sorry, and I don't know what. All the best laid plans to prepare for this. So I'd like you to take a look up at the screen, if you would. Look at the date of when this search took place.
Okay.
And what is that date
October 12th,
of?
2019.
Okay, now what was the date that allegedly Tammy Daybell was shot at with a paintball gun?
October 9th, 2019.
So if I understand, the incident with the paintball gun took place 3 days before this search took place.
Correct.
Okay, but you still continue to believe that was the basis for someone going after Tammy Daybell, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. But you don't have any Google searches that suggest anything else in a threatening manner. This is the one and only that you're relying on, is that right?
No, that's not right.
All right, what else are you relying on?
If you scroll up on October 9th, I believe that evening,
Okay. Go ahead.
Alex Cox Googles how to make an AR-15 function in cold weather.
Okay.
There's some other Googles if you'd like to pull it up.
Well, I've got those and we're gonna go through those. and we'll have an opportunity to do that, but,
And that was the night Tammy was shot at.
okay. And he Googled that night, right?
That's correct.
What time of night was that, do you recall?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Okay. Okay, but he also had a habit of Googling a lot of things, right?
I can't answer that.
Well, you know about the Hannibal Lecter thing, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, before we get to the Hannibal Lecter thing, let's talk a little bit about some of the other searches from Homer J. Maximus. October 21. Best tactical cutting moves, right?
Correct.
See that one?
All right, and Mr. Pryor, you are gonna have to stay by that microphone or we don't pick up what you said.
Okay, Judge. October 22nd, 2019. Sharpening swords. Knife sharpener, right?
Correct.
Okay, what was the date of Tammy Daybell's death?
October 19th, 2019.
Okay, so 3 days after Tammy Daybell dies, Alex Cox is still looking at sharpening swords and a block knife sharpener 3 days after Tammy Daybell's death. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. October 23rd. 4 days after Tammy Daybell's died. 15 facts about the silence of the lambs you didn't know. Call that one?
No, sir.
Okay. And that was 4 days after Tammy dies, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you searched, and I believe it was 107, was that the unit that we found all of the knives and the guns?
No, sir, that was 175.
Okay, 175, that was Lori Vallow's unit then, right?
That was the unit that Lori Vallow lived in, but Alex Cox was on the tenant agreement.
Okay, okay. And your testimony previously, I believe that was a day or so ago, there were a significant number of weapons found, right?
That's correct.
Did you do a check on all of those weapons to see who they belonged to?
I personally did not do a check on all of those weapons.
What about the knives or the ammunition? Did you check and see who those belonged to?
I'm not quite sure how to check on who the knives
don't either.
belong to.
I don't either. I just asked because are you presuming that the owner of those knives and guns and ammunition is Alex Cox?
They were found amongst his belongings, so I presume that is.
And we talked about this before, when I was doing some voir dire and native objection, that a lot of those items were items, the knives and the ammunition were items that you pulled out of bags and displayed for purposes of for lack of a better word, staging them for your photo op, right?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. But again, all of the ammunition, all of the weapons, all of the knives, and the ski mask, that was found in Alex Cox's, at or near Alex Cox's belongings, right?
Correct.
So I don't want you to speculate, but you're presuming that Alex Cox owned all of those, right?
That's correct.
There's no indication that Lori Vallow had several guns and knives and things like that. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I want to switch gears a little bit. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Charles Vallow. Okay? And I assume you've been communicating with the folks down in Arizona about all of that. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you're well versed in the facts as it relates to Charles Vallow, correct?
No, I wouldn't say well versed. I know the basics.
Okay, but are part of the basics to know where the court proceedings are and who was charged with what?
You would have to be more specific.
Okay, and do you know currently who's charged in the death of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Okay, who is that?
Lori Vallow.
Okay, are you aware that the prosecuting attorney down in Maricopa County issued a
Objection here, say.
That's the same.
Judge, I'm asking whether he's aware, not whether he,
Well, by the time you say what he's aware of, then all the information's coming through his, so it's sustainable.
okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell is not charged with anything in Maricopa County relating to Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Brandon Boudreaux's next. Who's been charged in the allegations against Brandon Boudreaux?
Lori Vallow.
Is there anybody else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and you're also aware that Chad Daybell has not been charged in the allegations as they relate to Brandon Boudreaux, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, if Alex Cox was still alive, the suggestion seems to be that he would have been charged with both of those offenses. Would that be fair?
Objection calls for speculation.
It's the same.
Okay. Do you have any information as to who killed Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Who do you believe killed Charles Vallow?
Alex Cox.
Okay. Who do you believe took the shot at Brandon Boudreaux?
Alex Cox.
Okay, thank you. Now, did you have the occasion to look into the history of Alex Cox a little bit?
Briefly.
Okay, were you aware of an incident that occurred in, let me get the date right, August 5th of 2007?
You'd have to be more specific about what occurred on that date, sir.
On that date, there was an allegation that there was an assault on a Joseph Ryan.
That's correct.
You're familiar with that, is that right?
Yes.
And in 2007, is there any indication that Chad Daybell knew Lori Vallow in 2007?
Not to my knowledge. No.
Okay. And in that incident, are you aware that Alex Cox committed aggravated assault on Joseph Ryan?
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to relevance.
I think we're outside the scope of what's happening in this case, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, can I approach, please, counsel?
Sure, outside watching. Judge, all right, but I just wanted to reiterate, we had an objection that was sustained on relevance grounds, and the court confirms that objection, concluding under 403, it's not relevant for purposes of this case.
Judge, based on that ruling, the state would move to strike the question.
All right, the question stricken on that topic won't be allowed.
I would like to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell's phone, and I'd like you to refresh my recollection. Okay? Yeah. You made mention that on the 26th, when you were doing the initial welfare check, you followed up with calls to Mr. Daybell. Is that right?
That's right.
And your testimony was that you weren't able to get an answer, or the phone was turned off?
Every time we called, it went straight to voicemail, I believe.
Oh, all right. Did you have an opportunity to go through Mr. Daybell's phone records?
I personally have not, no.
So there's no indication that the phone was ever turned off, was there?
I can't testify to that. I didn't go through these records.
But you can testify that it just went to voicemail.
Correct. I can testify he didn't answer.
Okay. Now, when you searched Lori Vallow's residence, there weren't any clothes in there. In the residence that she had hanging up on hangers, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any information to suggest that she had mailed or shipped her clothes to another location?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then you, at the time, you were aware that Mr. Daybell obviously was married to Ms. Vallow at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it your allegation that Mr. Daybell left on the 26th or 27th and also tried to avoid contact with law enforcement?
I can't answer why Mr. Daybell left. All I can answer to is I wasn't able to get a hold of him after that date.
Okay, and after that date, did you happen to check credit cards or phone records or anything like that to try to locate him?
Again, sir, I didn't go through Mr. Daybell's phone records.
Okay. Did you gain any information that Mr. Daybell was going on a vacation around the 26th or 27th of the end of the month?
We later learned that Mr. Daybell was in California.
Okay. And later learned that he was in California, and that was about the time of the 28th or 29th of November. Is that right?
I'd have to refer to my notes.
Okay. And were you aware?
Sounds right.
Okay. And again, maybe the coffee's still affecting me. I'll try to slow down, okay? But you're also aware that Mr. Daybell on the 28th being at Knott's Berry Farms, right?
Correct.
And that was a family vacation with his kids, correct?
I can't testify to who was there.
Okay, so Mr. Daybell wasn't fleeing. He was on the 26th or 27th of the month when Lori Vallow's closet was empty. Mr. Daybell was on a family vacation.
I can't testify that he wasn't fleeing. I can testify that I knew he was in California at a later date.
Okay. And you know that later date was the end of November, right?
Close to that date, sir, yes.
Okay. And you know that subsequent to that, he went on a trip to Hawaii after that, right?
Yes, he was in Hawaii after that.
Right. So if I understand the testimony, Mr. Daybell was at some point after the 26th, went on a planned family vacation at Knott's Berry Farms, right?
I can't testify it was a planned family vacation. sir.
Okay, all right, that's okay. And then subsequent to that, he then went to Hawaii on a trip to Hawaii where there was some contact with you folks, correct?
Yeah, we made contact with Mr. Daybell in Hawaii.
Okay. And how is it that you found it out that he was in Hawaii again? Remind me.
Through tips that came in through our hotlines that we had set up and cell phone data.
And this is just a question. I'm kind of curious. Did maybe you just look at plane records?
Are you asking?
Yeah,
if I-
I'm asking, did you guys look
I'm
at?
sorry. I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, I'm sorry, sir.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Did at any time, did you just take the initiative to look at plane records?
So each officer was tasked with different things.
Okay,
We did have an officer that looked through finance financial, and I assume he did look through plane records and credit cards.
Okay. And, if Mr. Daybell was flying on a commercial plane or traveling from Boise to Knott's Berry Farm on a commercial plane, in your experience and knowledge of these things, there would have been a record of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now, I'm going to switch gears again a little bit, okay? Please forgive me because I just want to make sure I hit all of these subjects. And before we go there, I want to make sure you did get a subpoena from my office, is that correct? That's correct. And you've acknowledged that you've accepted that, correct?
Right.
And you were kind enough to contact my office and agree that if I need you to come back, you'll come back at a time that's suitable for both of us. Is that fair?
Yes.
Was there anything else discussed during that phone conversation?
Date said I couldn't make it back.
Okay, and that was because, and we're not going to get into this to let everybody know because it's nobody else's business, but you have an obligation of some sort and I've acknowledged that and we're going to work on that. Is that fair?
Objection elements?
Sustained.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, and I want to be specific to J.J. Vallow, okay? The last known sign of life was the 22nd. Is that fair?
The
last time that someone known.
It was September 22nd of 2019.
Right, okay. And the last, at least proof of life for Tylee Ryan was September 8th.
Of 2019.
2019. So I'll do the math in my head if I can. There's 15 days difference between Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow. Is that correct? For the last proof of living or life, respectively.
Roughly.
15 days. You think J.J. died on around the 9th of September, 8th or 9th of September, and Tylee was the 22nd or 23rd. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, as part of the investigation, you looked into where J.J. Vallow was on the 22nd of September, correct?
Correct.
And on the evening of the 22nd of September, he was at Lori Vallow's home.
That's correct.
Okay. And present in that home, staying in that home, were Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
At least on the 22nd, J.J. Vallow was there, correct?
That's correct.
Melanie Gibb was there, correct?
Correct.
And David Warwick was there.
Correct.
Okay. And on that evening, they were conducting some sort of a religious podcast, the three of them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the allegation is that JJ was acting up and went into the care of Alex Cox.
Correct.
And then Alex took JJ into a separate apartment, correct?
On which day?
On the 22nd?
He took him to apartment 107. Correct.
Right. His apartment or whoever was on the lease for that apartment, right?
That's right.
Okay. And then the last time that anybody saw JJ was later that evening, is that fair?
Yes.
And that was when Alex Cox was carrying JJ Vallow into the apartment of Lori, David, and Melanie Gibb, right?
Correct.
Who were all staying there together, correct?
That's correct.
And then somewhere at that point, whether it was at that point or subsequent to that evening, or that evening, that's when you believe that J.J. Vallow was murdered.
That's correct.
Okay. But the next morning, there were three people in the apartment at that time early in the morning, correct?
Objection foundation.
Well, do you know who was in the apartment early that morning on the 23rd?
Hold on, prior, there's an objection, I think that would sustain.
Do you have any knowledge of who was in the apartment on the 23rd of September, the morning of 2019?
Yes.
And who was there?
David Warwick, Melanie Gibb, and Maury Vallow.
Okay, and at that point, you believe that J.J. Vallow was already dead?
I can't testify to the time, but I believe he was killed.
Okay, but then within 2 hours later from that morning, you believe that he was buried on Chad Daybell's property, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. You had an occasion to talk with Melanie Gibb and David Warwick, is that right?
That's right.
Now, you did it a couple of times, if I recall, one by phone, right? With Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And that wasn't recorded, was it?
It was recorded
It was recorded?
with her attorney.
No. No, I'm talking about a regular phone call with Melanie Gibb, without an attorney.
I don't remember a phone call.
Okay, all right, we're gonna revisit that maybe at another date, but that's fine. But you also went down to Provo, Utah. And I'm going off of memory, but it was Provo, Utah on the 4th of June of 2020, is that right?
Sure.
Now, at that point, you were interviewing both David Warwick and Melanie Gibb about information they had about these allegations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who else was there?
Myself, Lieutenant Ball, and Prosecutor Wood.
Okay, so the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Wood, right there, and a lieutenant that you work with and yourself drove down to Provo, Utah.
Correct.
And was there anybody from any local law enforcement there as well?
No.
Okay, now there was an effort to record that conversation, is that right?
Yes, it was recorded.
Okay, was the entire thing recorded?
I believe the very beginning wasn't. The recorder malfunctioned or something happened that was recorded, but the majority of that interview was recorded.
The majority of it was.
That's correct.
So if I represent to you that there was 22 minutes of recording on that interview, does that sound about the length of what the interview was with Melanie Gibb?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you were able to listen to that recording and view that recording to refresh your recollection?
Refresh my recollection.
About the length of time that recording was?
It should have been longer than 22 minutes. We were there longer than 22 minutes.
How long were you there?
Roughly, say about an hour, maybe.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that it should have been longer than 21 or 22 minutes, is that right?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to learn that, well, you don't know exactly how long that interview took place, right?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the exact time.
And you don't know the length of the recording itself, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and in order to determine that, it would be helpful for you to refresh your recollection by listening to the interview, and it would be able to answer those questions for you. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Your Honor, I'm going to object beyond the scope.
We're way beyond the scope of your red counsel. If also the officer's going to review that, and I permitted, of course, it's not going to be in the presence of the jury. So also saying the objection on beyond the scope.
Judge, are you talking about beyond the scope of direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, then officer, we'll revisit that at another time, okay? And we'll leave that for another opportunity when I call you back. Now, on the day that J.J. Vallow was found on June 9th, okay? The pictures and the testimony you showed suggested that he was wearing red pajamas. And some Skechers socks, is that right?
Sure.
Okay, do you have a recollection of what J.J. Ballo was wearing based on your investigation when he was carried by Alex Cox from Alex Cox's apartment to the upstairs of Lori Vallo's apartment?
Objections, calls for hearsay.
It doesn't necessarily call for hearsay. Is wondering what he observed him wearing, if you know, so
Yes,
that's what we're going on that.
tell me if you know the answer.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Do you know whether or not J.J. Ballo was wearing red pajamas when he was carried upstairs by Alex Cox?
Sir, I don't know the answer to that
Okay.
question.
And Judge, I think at this point, I'm going to save the rest of my questioning for when I call the officer back in my case in chief. That's okay.
Very well. You can do that. I'll conclude the cross-examination then. This time we'll begin with redirect from the state. Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, may I be handed States Exhibit 31?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 30. Detective, you testified earlier about when you first met Alec or Chad Daybell.
Correct.
Who was he with?
Alex Cox.
Did he look afraid of Alex Cox?
No.
Alex Cox was Chad Daybell's brother-in-law, correct? When you met him?
That's correct.
Detective, you were asked about your beliefs. Is that fair? In cross-examination, you were asked about your beliefs?
Yes.
Let's talk about your investigation. When you started your investigation, what was the scope of your investigation?
Initially, it was to find the Jeep from Gilbert, Arizona.
And then it expanded, correct?
Correct.
And then what was the scope of your investigation?
To find the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee.
And all this time you're collecting information from various sources.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 31?
Yes.
Detective, you were asked about your beliefs, correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked about your beliefs regarding, I'm going to call it the paintball incident. Is that fair?
Yes.
And when I'm talking about that, to your understanding, what am I referring to?
The attempted shooting of Timmy Daybell.
And you testified you don't believe it was a paintball gun.
That's correct.
So why not?
Through our investigation, we learned that Alex Cox was in the area and on the property of Chad Daybell the morning that Tammy Daybell was shot at October 9th. Through Google searches from Homer J. Maximus, which was Alex's Google account, the night that Tammy Daybell was shot, it was a colder evening. And the Google searches were how to make an AR-15 function in cold weather. And without referring to my notes, can I refer to my notes?
Would it refresh your memory to review your notes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may the witness look at his report.
No objection.
Yes, you can look at it, not to testify from, to refresh your recollections, so once you looked at that, it's down.
I don't think this is going to work for them. So obviously the deal is that Alex killed everybody at Lori's request and Tammy died of natural causes. That's really convenient. I don't really, I don't go for coincidence, especially in true crime and law. That's not a thing, really. So, and I would assume that the jury is going to understand that too. How many people are going to come up here and testify that, number one, she was healthy? Number two,
On October 8th.
he told everybody she was getting ready to die.
We believe Tammy was shot at. Alex is Googling drop yardage from 300 yards to 100 yards. Which we assumed when you're shooting a rifle, you're adjusting your sights to your target. That was the night before. The morning of the shooting, Alex was on Mr. Daybell's property. We have him driving up and down the road of Mr. Daybell's property and also on the property. Later that evening into the early morning hours of October 10th is when he Googled how to make your AR-15 function in cold weather. So that's why we believe that it wasn't just a paintball gun. We believe that Alex Cox was there to shoot Tammy Daybell.
Okay. I'm going to have you look at this timeline. As far as you're aware, these dates are accurate, correct?
I'm sorry.
As far as you're aware, these, in pursuant to your investigation, these dates are accurate, correct?
That's correct.
Did the fact that Tammy Daybell died 10 days after that incident have any bearing on whether or not you believed it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Chad Daybell got married 17 days later have any bearing on your belief whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
The fact that there were 2 children buried on Chad Daybell's property have any bearing on whether or not you believed it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Lori Vallow's husband died within months of these other deaths have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Absolutely.
And finally, did the fact that Brandon Boudreaux was shot at on October 2nd, 2019 have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
And it's your belief that Alex Cox was tied to these events, correct?
That's correct.
And because you were asked about your beliefs, was it your belief that Chad Daybell was tied to these events?
Yes.
Why?
Based on our investigation, the lies that we've been told, the fact that we tried to get a hold of the kid's mother, Lori Vallow, kid's stepfather, Chad Daybell, their uncle, Alex Cox. We weren't able to get a hold of anybody. We were left in the dark. Based on all those events, that's what our beliefs were as a collectively.
Pursuant to your investigation, you know when Alex Cox died?
December 12th, 2019.
At any time after Alex Cox died, did Mr. Daybell call the Rexburg police to report that there might be dead children located on his property?
No, he didn't.
Did he call the Rexburg police with any concerns that perhaps his wife had been harmed by someone?
No, he didn't.
Did he call the Rexburg police before Alex Cox died to say he might be in danger?
Judge, we're going beyond the scope, but walking through our desk, there will be an opportunity to revisit those issues.
I'm gonna sustain that objection.
Okay.
So
Again, so the first time you met Chad Daybell, what was the first thing you asked him? When you had an opportunity to speak with him?
Has to answer.
This is a response to the cross. Your
overruled.
I asked him when the last time he saw JJ Bella was
And when did he answer?
in October in apartment 107 with Lori Bella.
And did you ask for Lori Ball's phone number?
I did.
And what was his first response?
Judge, this has been asked to answer.
This is a response to the cross.
Overruled.
His response was he didn't know her cell phone.
Detective, you were asked a little bit about how you do an investigation. Correct?
Correct.
And we spoke about the scope of your investigation in this case.
Correct.
It was your testimony that you followed where the evidence took you in this case.
That's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Wood.
Judge, there were some issues that were opened up. I'd like the opportunity to revisit this.
There were a few, so while a limited recross, particularly considering your statement, that you're going to recall the witness, it'll be limited, but if you'd like to, Mr. Pryor, you may.
Detective, there was some testimony about, I'll wait for you to need.
Thank you.
There was some testimony that you had the whereabouts of Alex Cox on the property of Chad Daybell, and that would have been on the 9th
That's correct.
of October.
Yes,
Do you have a recollection of how long he was there on that property?
I don't.
Okay, and you're basing that knowledge on his phone records and his pings, right?
Correct.
Did you have an occasion to look at all of Alex Cox's whereabouts on that day by way of his phone records, or did you just look at that specific time?
We were more interested in that specific time.
Okay, and I gather from your testimony that you didn't look at between 8 and 10 o'clock on the 9th when the paintball incident took place. You didn't look at that time for Alex Cox's whereabouts, did you?
If I remember right, I didn't get his location near the property at that time. There was no location.
Okay. And isn't it true, officer, that you didn't get his location at that time because Alex Cox's phone was pinging in Idaho Falls at that time, some several miles away?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. But you know he wasn't on the property by way of his phone ping and all of the metadata. That's the word you used, right? Metadata?
Right.
By the metadata, Alex Cox wasn't on the Daybell property when Tammy Daybell was shot at with a paintball gun, correct?
No, sir, I can't answer that. I can answer that Alex Cox's cell phone or his device was not on the property.
Okay, and you can also say that his device was on Chad Daybell's property sometime in the morning of the 9th of October, right?
And driving down the roadway in front of the property.
Right. And we don't know who else was on the property on the 9th of October, do we?
I can't testify to who was on the property.
Right. So we don't know if he was there by himself or is he there with other folks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're talking about you've been on the Daybell property, right? A couple of times.
Yes.
And you took a photo of the car, and we're going to revisit that next time we get together. But it's not 100 yards from the end of the Daybell driveway to the road, is it?
No, sir.
Do you have an idea of how long that driveway is? Could you give me an idea if you know? If you know,
I couldn't testify to that.
is it 50 yards?
No, I would say maybe 30, maybe
30 yards?
20, 30 yards. Yeah.
So 60 to 90 feet.
That's my rough guess, yes.
Okay, so if we're looking at a rifle at 300 yards and dropping it down to 100 yards, we don't need 100 yards to get from one end of the Daybell driveway to the other, do we?
What our investigation or our belief was, if you're asking me what my belief is,
No, I'm asking you the distance down the end of the Daybell driveway to the top of the Daybell driveway. That's not 100 yards, right?
well, that's correct.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Wood, is the state ready to call tonight's witness?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I made this witness need to stand.
Oh, I didn't know we are. You want to sidebar first?
No, we're done.
Okay, well, Lieutenant Hermosillo, you may go ahead and return down. And because you are still under subpoena, maybe recall, I will admonish you to abide by the court's exclusionary rule. You're not permitted to review testimony trial between now and the time you return testimony. If you fail to follow that and follow the trial or observe any testimony, you will not be permitted to testify again. All right. Okay, thank you.
Well, well, well. Hey, legs. Legs, we're playing a game. You need to get in on this. We're playing a game during the trial. So, yeah, when you come in every day, all of the details are down in the description. But every day you come in during the trial, you want to write here, like a roll call thing, right? In the chat. And then periodically, I'm going to put up questions. So I have a question up there now. Across the ticker, there's a question. Yep. Yepers. So, yeah, like I said, that's really not going to go very far, I don't believe. that they can get too far with that idea. Not whenever everybody else is dying. Sorry. And he's got his smooth, gross ass right up in the mix. Oh, look at, see? Legs is all over the question. Yep, see? Yep, there's two sorry ass Melanies. Right? Woohoo. Yeah, that legs is actually Melanie. Oh my God. What the hell? I know her name. I can't believe I'm doing that. Yeah. Oh God. Melanie Gibb. Sorry. Yep. Melanie Pulowski was married to Brandon Boudreaux. Yep. Lori's mother is named Janice. And they are some creepy ass people, I'm telling you. Very weird. I don't know if you guys remember this, but Lori's cousin said when they were very young, like 12, she said that they would go and visit, and Lori and her sister told her to shave her the JJ because people like that more. Men or guys like that better. And she said she had never even had any kind of boyfriend ever. They told her to do that. Mm-hmm. Yep. The hoo-ha. Yep. Yeah. They were very young. And she said the whole family talked a lot about sex. Like it was uncomfortable. That's what Alex's first wife says also. They were all just way too comfortable and didn't, to her, it didn't feel like family, that they behaved that like family behaves. Seriously. I know, Queen. Yep. They were odd people. I think so too, Legs. I think some weird shit went on. And I'm telling you know what? Whenever the sister died of natural causes, the whole fucking family dies. I mean, how many people die of natural causes? I mean, young people. Okay. When the oldest sister died, the whole family was in Hawaii, and Alex was there with the oldest sister right there when she died. And he was using her credit cards after that. Yeah. So This
All right, counsel, if you'll give me a moment, I want to
Joe Ryan, all died.
clarify our
causes.
record on
Young.
exhibits admitted through that last witness and make sure the court has a clear record of what came in as it relates to exhibit 34. So we did have stipulation that on the record here.
They are weirdos.
the
Like they're
jurisdiction
just
we had, I believe 34 had separate attachments or would be separate exhibits, 34A, B, C, D, and E. Is that what 34 consists of?
Yes, Judge, and the state is stipulating to be admission to all of 34, which included those separate exhibits. They've already been.
Okay, and understanding they were stipulating.
Almost
to
caught
on the
up.
Record, I'm going to make clear that.
I think so.
34A, 34B, 34C, 34D, and 34E have all been.
What? No.
submitted to the record.
Why was that grandmother looking for her?
Concur with that.
That sounds
Oh,
accurate.
why wasn't she?
Okay,
Right. Yeah.
counsel, when we.
I think so.
I'll have you stick around for a minute to also see if we need further clarify exhibits on the record.
The parents are
At this time,
definitely
ladies
very
and
odd.
gentlemen of the jury,
And
and those in attendance, I've discussed scheduling here with counsel.
what happened with
We
um
got this trial started and moving along with jury selection a little quicker than anticipated, and the state is line up witnesses to appear.
That's
here
what I think
sooner
too.
than
Like that's what I said.
anticipated.
What they're gonna try to do is
And
blame everything on Alex and Lori and just go along with Tammy died of natural causes. This is seriously like too many people. People aren't cannot buy that.
We should be on a full slate of.
I am,
Friday
Queen.
trial.
I am a lot. Did you get any of that
Also,
stuff?
As I mentioned previously, that tomorrow is not going to be a day of trial, so as I understand it, the state.
I don't know if you can
requested
tell.
that we conclude trial for the week and commence again on Monday morning. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state, or I'm sorry, the defense had an objection to that.
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. So before you leave then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a pretty long break in between evidence now that you
Oh, they're
are
done for the
sworn
day.
jurors in the case. And
Look
I will
at-
again
can you tell how much
admonish you,
better
please do everything
My
you
wrists
can
are.
to not do anything to learn about the case.
Queen, I don't know if you can.
Look the case up, follow any media in the case. If you do see anything being reported.
This is
try to
even
avoid
quite
that.
look at how much better this
Don't
is.
talk about the case to anyone else or any of the evidence or facts with anyone, including with each other. You can only do that when you start your deliberations. And when you return on Monday morning, when we'll commence at 8:30 with more evidence, I will be asking the jury
Right?
as they return to.
It is, Frazzle. It is.
And certify under penalty.
See,
of
this stuff
perjury
is
that you
wild.
Follow that instruction. So I appreciate you doing that so far. I have confidence you will continue to do that. And thank you for your time and efforts today. That will conclude our trial for today, and we will resume again on Monday with further evidence.
All rise, please.
Okay, so that's it for the till Monday. See, Queen, they are. I mean, they really, really are. Like I'm totally blown away. And when did I get it? Tuesday? Oh, cool. Legs. I know, right? Like isn't that crazy? It's that dollar store stuff. I mean, my wrists almost look like normal. So excited. Your dollar store doesn't have it? Is that what you said? I am. I'm going to keep buying it and buying it and buying it. Right, Sicilian? Isn't that wild? It's a stuff I got at dollar store. They stopped carrying it for a while. And I went in the other day. I look every time and it's back. So my feet are so much better. Everything. It's just the weirdest shit. I'm so excited. So we have Right Happy. Isn't that so cool? And that's why people are always like, you should do this or that. And I'm like, I know, I've done all that. This just works. Yeah. I bought 10 the other day. My aunt bought 10. I'm just going to keep going and buying 10 all over. Anytime I drive by one, I'm going to wheel in and just grab whatever they have on the shelf. I don't know why I have 10 in my head. I did last time. I ended up not having it. Oh my God. Yeah, I figured it out when my hands were so bad. My hands were the first ones to be so bad. They just, oh my God, they hurt. Oh, that's awesome. Legs. Oh, I'm very happy to hear that. Nice. There's a little like, it's just like one of their things just has like, like first aid kind of stuff. I bet. Like, that is wonderful. That is wonderful. I'm so happy. How is Sam doing? I am definitely loving this weather. Jack and I took a walk before we got started. It's been so nice to be outside. And he's napping now. Whenever he wakes up, we'll be able to play with some bubbles and all that stuff. I love bubbles too. I'm going to smoke. I'm going to have me a cigarette. Think you'll take a nap? No, I know. Did you get one yesterday? Oh, wow. Like, well, that's good, Legs. No, Jack was so tired yesterday, you guys, that whenever he had been asleep for 2 hours whenever court ended for the day. And I thought, there's no way I can go to sleep right now because he'll be up any minute. And he kept staying asleep. So I finally laid down and I slept like 30 minutes. He didn't wake up until 4 o'clock. Yeah, he was tired because he didn't let us sleep much the night before. So I got a little cat nap, and that was very exciting. I don't know though, Queen. I don't know what your deal is because I'm a napper. Well, you're not my age. That's true. I didn't nap when I was your age, actually. It's kind of a new thing for me, but I need them. Oh my God, legs. Wow. That's crazy. I know, right, legs? So is there anybody that did not get in the got Sicilian Sweetie, Mama's a Boss, Gerri Queen, Frazzled, Happy? Oh, I hadn't come back in here for legs. Everybody has 5 points and Frazzled has 10. Okay, all right. Thanks, Queen. Whenever you can, no worries. Thank you. Well, can't win if you don't play. I think there's a commercial about that. Yes, you do need to get some rest. You do. Take a sleeping pill. Oh my God. I can't. I do not take sleeping pills. That scares the crap out of me. I don't need to anyway. I go right to sleep. That would be really silly for me to take one. Yeah, it does. Like it's depressing. I don't like it. It's over, Gerri. You went back outside since the sun. Oh, nice. Yeah, anytime I take Benadryl, it knocks me on my butt. Yeah, right. Happy. You were really tired. Oh my Lord. Are you serious? I can't handle all this. These kids. What the fuck? Why do these people think that they're going to get by with that? "13 pastor's son missing from the church last night." What do you mean? 13 pastor? Oh, 13-year-old. Well, I don't know what the hell. Frazzled. Oh my God. Benadryl knocks me on my ass. Oh my Lord. Well, I don't know about the thing is with Sebastian Rogers, he's not a normal 15-year-old. That's the thing. Like, and you know what? I don't even care if he ever got in fire ants or not. He didn't. Nobody runs away or takes off or does anything barefoot. I mean, that's just dumb. Oh, you know what I did hear? I heard that Seth did take the a lie detector. Will you make me a cup? Right there's some cup. Right. That just didn't happen. I don't give a shit what anybody says. And just the very fact that they think they can account for every single shoe in their house, they're liars. They're just liars. Who even says that weird shit? They come up with the strangest, the most weird ass story. Yeah, that's not happening. And it's just really, and you know, now we're hearing things like, you know, he wasn't really at work that day. Who knows? I mean, the police can find that out. But when you're lying that, you know, there's nothing. Yet they have to be. They have to be. Just because they're not saying anything. And you know, they don't have to tell us. It's not our business, you know. But no, she does need to answer. I can't stand the way she even talks. Like, you know how there's people that just talk like they're really super tired or something? I don't know. I can't, that's maybe not it. I can't put my finger on what she does. It just really irks me. They've not done anything that has been okay. The whole interview where they're holding hands, get the fuck out of here. What was that? Besides weird. I just can't stand anything they do. And they're liars. I can't stand them. No, she's not. No, and you know what? Apparently her family's pretty sketchy. I don't know. This is just what I hear. I don't know. I haven't spent a lot of time on it. I just hear what I hear. Yeah, she's an ass. She's just a straight ass. Yeah, I've heard about the bite marks, but I just was listening and I didn't see the picture, so I don't know about what that showed. But thank you. It would make sense. Right. And you wouldn't be lying about a damn thing. Nothing. I mean, come on. Whatever. If you have to, you know, like Gerri and I were talking about it, I would admit to doing shit that I didn't do. Whatever, lock me up. But taking off too doesn't help anything. I keep thinking that there's going to be an update on this. I just do. And I hate when channels act like there is breaking news or something. And then I listen to it and there's nothing. But no, okay, there's one thing though that people keep saying, well, it's now a an investigation. It always has been. I mean, there's nothing new about that. Exactly. Legs, that's exactly right. You do that. Hey, I'm the last how does she not understand and say, listen, the last proof anybody has is his child was with me. I get it. But that's not going to help me find my son. So let's do what we got to do. Oh my God. Exactly, Happy. That's what I'm saying. How do you ever even get through the day ever again? If you didn't have other kids, you would not get through the day. You would never be okay again. That's what I heard. I was listening to something today, and he did take the polygraph. Seth did. Chris, to my knowledge, still has not. And they want to get online and fight with people. What the fuck? Why do you even want to fuss with anybody? I can tell you right now, right here and right now, I don't give a fuck if strangers on here that I don't know at all, whatsoever. I don't care what they think about me right this minute at all. If my kid's missing, I really don't give a fuck. If you try to tell me that shit when my kid's missing, really? He is the one. He's the one that lies about it too. He's always saying shit like he says he did take one, then he didn't. Then they told him not to. Really? They told you not to take a polygraph, but they didn't tell you not to fucking move? They didn't tell you it might not look good for you to go out for Easter dinner whenever your child's missing? Jeez. Well, we have to eat. Again, I would not be worried about food. Right. Who does any of that? The one thing they told him is not to take a polygraph. Whatever. Just shut up. Right. Exactly, Legs. One time, when my kids were, they were probably in junior high, I guess. My nephew and his family, his wife and 3 kids came to stay with us. They were having a home built and their house sold really fast. So they just had a few weeks waiting to get into their home. So they came and stayed with us. And one afternoon, everybody was home. Everybody had gotten home from work and school and all that. And I was cooking dinner, and all of a sudden we couldn't find my oldest great niece. And we all flew around the house looking, and we were freaking out. We called 911, and then we all just went in every direction. Because my whole thing is like, someone's taken them somehow. We were all running around like crazy. And I came back in to change my shoes because I had my work shoes on still. And I thought, I'm just going to go in the room one more time. Because when you looked at the bed, you didn't see anything. You saw not. And I decided, I pulled the covers back, and there she was sleeping. So thank God I ran out and got everybody back in. But when the police got there and we were like, oh, she's here. She was in bed, they were like, we need to see her. We have to. Hey, right on. I mean, but if the police, you would be telling them anything. Yeah, I fucking, I don't know. Whatever. I don't even know. Hey, Tough. We're playing a game. You need to get in on it. Right. See, okay, there you go. I keep forgetting to say this. The fact that they were the police three-way, weird. And you just call the police number. That is so weird. Yeah, there's nothing, everything about it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't like it. I mean, I guess we could find out that I know. Exactly. God, everything goes through your head. Oh my God, some crazy nuts got him in the car, or, I mean, just your head starts going all these places. And no, you never even act like they're in trouble. You're like, thank God I found you. You remember whenever they were like, you're not in trouble? Shut up. Didn't Soto's mom say that too? You're not in trouble. I remember what she said when she said, Jen Soto said, she didn't know if she knew her address or if she would know how, they were like, well, she would be able to tell someone how to get to her house, right? And she's like, I don't know. Really, at 13? I mean, that's one of the first things you start teaching your kids is the phone number, their address. Come on. 13 years old, she didn't know her address. Fuck. 13 years old, I knew my friends' addresses. Exactly. Right, Legs. That's exactly right. Yeah, remember that? Well, she was real forgetful. Yeah, they start talking about all these things that these kids do, right? She was forgetful. And then remember, whenever she said she was on the spectrum, or what did she say? She has ADHD. And then it was like, well, one doctor said she did, one said she did. You're just making shit up. Looking like they're at the I know. Oh, how cute, Cecilia. Oh, see, that's what I mean. What 13-year-old doesn't know? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Putting the kids down really just infuriates the shit out of me. Even if you didn't do anything, who talks about their kids like that? That's just fucking gross. Like I said, they absolutely act like they don't like that kid. I know Chris doesn't like him. Everybody knows that. That's been made very clear. I don't know if Katie does or not. Some of the things you've heard, like, because it was Seth and Chris, from my understanding, that was trying to get Katie to go along with Sebastian moving in with his dad. I think that's what they're saying. But she sure took off and has her head right up Chris's ass. And you know what? Even if he didn't do anything, I'm telling you, if my kid was missing and I'm sitting here listening to you talk about, well, he lies, he gets in people's personal space, blah, blah, blah. You know what? My kid's missing. Fuck you. And you whipped him. You get the fuck out of here right now, asshole. Wouldn't listen to none of that shit. No, she knows whatever happened. She knows whatever it was. I'm starting to think that they were on that phone call as a way to put themselves somewhere. Like they called each other and then left the phone. Just like in this, like earlier today, the fact is that kid, like whenever they're saying, well, I know that Alex was there earlier. Yeah, but he wasn't there then because he didn't take his phone with him. Oh, support. Oh, right. Crafting. Yeah. See, I don't know. I can't say. Yep. See, a lot of these people, they think they're getting smart now because they don't take their phones or they turn them off or like, oh, fucking kitty fiddler over there trying to reset his. Yep. I think that's what that all night long phone call was on about. Yeah, I think so. Well, I know she would. I mean, I believe she would. Right. Everything has to be very regimented. Right. I definitely think they don't have a good support system. I know that because they don't care. Right. Crafting. Well, the problem with them though, crafting, is they don't care. It doesn't matter why he does anything that he does or anything else. You know, they don't try to work with him. They just make him wear diapers and act like an asshole. You know, act like an ass to him. Right. Right, Gerri. Mm-hmm. I'm like that very much too, but I don't panic if it's not. I can be flexible. I don't think they did anything to help him in that way. But you know, Beck and Travis used to watch this guy. I don't know what his problem was, but I mean, I don't know the diagnosis he had. Why would I, right? But he had to be watched. And he had accidents. And he was like 21. Nobody made him wear diapers. See, they were just fucking rude. I keep thinking about just the way they would even talk to him. I know how hateful and mean it was. I just know it. Well, and then when they said, did you go in and check on him? She's like, oh, he's a 15-year-old boy. I'm not going to go in there. Oh, I always said, I knocked. I fucking plowed my ass everywhere. I'm tired of those people who know. Right. Right. Well, like you said, Gerri, we're all on the spectrum. We are. It's very big. And it's very broad and it's also right. Yep. It just depends. But like I said, even if he hadn't stepped in fire ants, no, people don't decide to go somewhere. If he just ran away, he left on his own, he's going to put his shoes on. Nobody is going to do that. He's going to take his phone. I mean, let's think about it. When Gypsy Rose ran away, she stole money from her mom. Right. Yeah, exactly. Like they know it because that's their experience. They know exactly. No, I know what you're saying, Gerri. I get it. Yep. Right. Right. That's why I mean, I don't think that any of this has to do. I mean, I could say that, okay, if he's on the spectrum or whatever, that maybe, he wasn't, it's not like a 15-year-old that had been hanging around the wrong crowd lately and getting into some mischief. There are 15-year-olds that ditching school and doing this and doing that. You know what I mean? That you could believe they might have run away, taken off with somebody, right? That's where the only difference is to me. Hey, Gobby. Hi. We're playing a game, Gobby. Exactly, happy. Exactly. Right. And like I said, though, there are some 15-year-olds that are, smoking dope and hanging out, going and doing whatever. Those ones you could believe maybe ran away, talked to somebody online and got lured out. No, he didn't just leave with no shoes, no nothing. Exactly. Right. And I wouldn't leave that house until I found him. Ever. My phone number and my address would not change until that child was found. I don't care if it's fucking 30 years. I'll die there. You don't leave when your fucking child's missing. You know what's funny, Drew? I followed it, but not from YouTube. So not real heavy. I mean, I wasn't crazy into it. I've always known about it. But I never did the YouTube thing until probably the first time I did YouTube crime thing was like Marvon. Oh, okay. Right, happy. Yep. And Joe dirted him. Oh my God. Are you serious? Yeah, the question is rolling across there. You still can answer it. Gobby, we're playing a game. Like I said, I followed it, but I did not through, I'm from what is pretty clear to me now is that, the people on YouTube got really crazy with it. But I never knew that. Used to follow the case every day. Oh no, Gobby, this is the way the game is going to work. It's just during the trial. So every day come in and write in the chat here, like a roll call kind of thing. And then that's 5 points. And then sporadically, I'll put questions on a ticker, and then that's 5 points. At the end of each week, whoever has the most points will get a 10 point bonus. At the end, whoever has the most points will get a $100 gift card to Gerri's store and a Snotty grab bag. Yep, you got it. Yes, you did. You got it. Well, they're lying for sure. So okay, so a YouTube creator is in love with some hillbilly that lives over there. Well, there has been talk about that. Well, the things that they did were inappropriate and wrong. I don't give a fuck. Showering with her and having her in bed with him when he's naked. Seriously. That's his name, Fred Hill. I gotta look this up. What kind of person is she? Are you surprised about it? I don't know. I know. Happy's all what? Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't have any idea what happened. I just do know that wow. I just know they're lying. Candace never planted a fucking flower in her life. Give me a break. I want to see this. Fred Hill, Ziggy. I want to look her up. I think you told me something about that person before. Oh my God, I see this right here. The truth about Fred Hill and Ziggy's relationship. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. I didn't see that. Hold on. Oh my God. Oh my God, I see. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my. Oh no. You think she really is naive or? Yeah, I'm going to show you. I am. I'm already on it. Yikes. Yikes a doodle.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got me up the coast, boy. Wanna hear these.
That's funny, Carrie. Hey, Laura Jean, I'm sorry. Everybody, yeah, I've had so many messages over the past, like, several months of people,
Oh, I should show the picture.
hoping that, being like, you and Fred get along really well. You guys seem to have a really good connection. Have you guys, is there something going on?
See,
which there wasn't.
Okay, sorry. See, look at that. Wow. Oh my God. Can you guys see the thumbnail? I don't know how to make it big without it starting. And then I can't. Mm-mm-mm. I know. Oh my God. I want to see some of that. Okay, so here is
several months of people, hoping that, being like, you and Fred get along really well. You guys seem to have a really good connection. Have you guys, is there something going on? Which there wasn't. There wasn't up until recently. Just like I said yesterday, I'm not going to go over the whole story again, but when this picture popped up, I started saying, let's give him something to talk about. Yeah, I showed Fred it and I said, should I do it? Because I was like, I don't have very many pictures of me and him because I didn't really I'm not a pictures person really. I'm not. Unless it's like, yeah. So
she seems kind of giddy about it. Oh my God. No, that picture is not necessary. That makes people uncomfortable. Wow. She seems really excited about it, but I mean, I don't know her at all. So Wow, people freak me out on here. I saw something though, okay, when I was looking her up, because then, was bringing up stuff that was, that she's in or whatever, tagged in or whatever. And it said, what did it say? Love story or homewrecker or something like that. Was he married? It made me uncomfortable. I know, that shit makes me uncomfortable. Let me see, what did that say? I saw something that said something like that. Okay, right here. Okay, yeah. Wait. Felony, love story, or homewrecker. Maybe both and a lot more. That's Tragedy Pimps Exposed. Wow. Huh. I don't know any of these people. So much drama on here, I tell you. You know what I've been watching lately? And White Boy Lockdown. What I've been watching the last couple of days, I watched I binge watched it. It's called oh no, I'm good, thank you. I watched Pamela's Garden of Eden. It's Pamela Anderson, about her remodeling where she grew up, the whole area. Because this shit makes me nuts. I think, yeah, and you know what? I guess, Gobby, there is that's an actual community, right? Some of these people got very involved with those people, like the one, that mom that just passed away. This shit is a lot for me. I don't know. That White Boy Lockdown sounds really familiar. Right. Okay. Yeah. Right. I did know, I knew who that mom was. I knew the kid and the dad a little bit, but like people really have gotten personal with all these people, right? I mean, like, blow my mind that that YouTuber was at Angela Deem's house whenever Michael took off. Remember Michael went missing? I don't even know what's going on with that. Did he come back? This shit is fucking nuts. I forgot to even look and see if Michael's come back yet. Michael. She's a whole crazy ass psychopath. I kind of hope he doesn't come back. Yeah, fight with friend. Oh no, wait, no. I don't want the fight. I don't care about that. I don't care about that shit. What's going on with Michael? 1 month ago, 5 days ago. What do you mean? Oh my God. That's like a paper cut Tina. Yeah. Wow. I don't see anything too new. Wait, 22 hours ago. Scott, who's that? I don't know what's going on. From 90 Day Fiance. Angela Deem, she's crazy. She was very mean to him. Look see, this YouTuber was over at her house. Oh my God. John Yates. Not funny. I don't see myself going over to anyone's house. I don't know. That feels weird. Yeah, exactly. I don't blame him. I can't believe he stayed with her as long as he did. She totally treated him like shit. Did you, Gobby? I never watched him till this Angela stuff came up. I couldn't believe he was at her house. Yeah. Legs, I guess so. What's really sad is it's, look what it's done for Dawn and Candace. When they should be in jail, people are giving them money when they should freaking be in prison. Act like they're going to get their boys back. No, you're not. Gross ass fuckers. That's weird. There's little love connections going on over there in that, whatever it is. You know what I want? What happens to these kids that they get sold into sex trafficking rings and stuff, and then when they get older, because these people like kids, because they're fucking disgusting pigs, what happens with the adult kid or the child when they grow up? Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know if he's not normal now. I don't know him. Yeah, I didn't either. I had no idea. I came into YouTube. I found Katie Joy. I just was looking for an update on what was going on with Josh. What's that sicko's name? Duggar. I knew he had gotten arrested for shit. And then I went looking one day because I was trying to figure out what was going on with it. And I found Katie Joy. And then after that, I just went to look for her channel and I put her name in. All this stuff came up and I was like, wow, I went down this rabbit hole. It looks like it. Hey, Lynn. We're playing a game during the trial here. You need to get involved in this game. Oh, does he, Gobby? Oh, okay. I didn't know. I just was blown away. Somebody came in chat and told us that Michael was missing, and I was like, wow, I didn't even know he was here yet. And then we went and watched, and that guy was at her house, and everyone said it's a YouTuber. I was like, what the F? Okay, so this is what we're doing. So every day during the trial, if you come in, you put your name or you chat, put here, like roll call kind of thing. And then that's worth 5 points. And then sporadically, I'm going to put a question across the ticker. Like there's one there now. And that's worth 5 points, whoever answers it. And then every week, at the end of the week, whoever has the most points will get a bonus 10 points. Whoever has the most points at the end of the trial will get a $100 gift certificate for Gerri's store and a Snotty grab bag with some swag and, you know, different shit. Yeah, everything's in the description also. Yes. Was it legs? Yeah, that's how I did. That's so crazy because I was like, oh my God, this woman's nuts. I didn't know she was nuts. I was just, that was a channel that I found that knew about. Oh, and you know what else I watched? WFLA during Gabby Petito. Right, that's a good win, huh? Yeah, we got to do something because this trial is really, besides Pryor really irritating me, then some really disturbing stuff. Of course, we knew that. Yeah, I think during Gabby Petito, Ashley got me into Brian Enton and WFLA. Yeah, I've got to get my order in for Mother's Day. Those tumblers are super, super cute. I'm gonna get the girls one. Either 2 legs, yep. Yeah, that's funny. I started looking up, like I said, I put that thing in and Katie Joy came up, all these different channels, these Katie haters, whatever. And I was like, wow. And I remember she said that, yeah, me too, legs. Yep, that's how I found Molly. Mm-hmm. And Gerri's news channel, you want to put that link in there? Because I know Katie Joy said that somebody called, I guess, the FBI and told them that Brian Laundrie was in her basement. Oh, Lordy. Wild, wild stuff. Yeah, I love those. Did everybody, let me see. I know. Oh, it's a channel. That was damn funny. I can't. I'm going to pull this up. Oh, I forgot. Okay, I have to do it like this. I forgot about this. Hold on. I don't know if you saw this or not. Oh my gosh. Look at these guys. I love daisies. Isn't this cool? She is. Yep. And you know what? The week of this is over with right now. Really? Frazzle? Yeah, that's my favorite too. Yep, you did. You did. So we've got 10 extra points will go to Sicilian, Mama's the Boss, Frazzled, Legs, and Lynn. Am I missing somebody? Aren't they so pretty? I love it. I'm gonna get the girls those for oh, you need to fill up a hope chest or add to one, sorry. I guess. I don't know. Gerri has beautiful stuff. Did you answer it? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tough. I didn't know. I didn't. Yeah, you guys got to tell me who I'm missing if I. Oh, really? Oh, I love that for a name. Yeah, on Gerri's channel, you should see her channel on her. Okay, watch. See, whenever I go just to her page, yes, she does make custom blankets. See on her page, look at this. Those are chargers. Isn't that cute? So I have to remember as soon as I click on something, it goes to a new window, and then I'm just looking by myself, okay? Oh, look how pretty. Look at that candle. I love this stuff, Gerri. Okay, yeah, see, this is what I'm going to get done, this blanket. I'm doing that. Custom. I can't see chat at all, just so you guys know I'm scrolling this page. Okay, let me check chat for a second. Yep, she's already made, well, she made me one as a gift. I ordered one from her, and now she's making me another one. Right, Gabi? I love it. Of course, she has the Michelle mug. I'm just scrolling, guys. I hope I'm not driving everyone crazy. Oh, look at the little journals. Okay. I haven't seen those before. These boxes are so pretty. Yep. I like those. Yeah, Lynn, you can do something for yeah. This is really good for wedding gift stuff. Cardinal and Blue Jay. I know, right? Frazzled me too. I love it. His owls are very pretty too. All of it is. Oh, I like that. I ordered cardinal socks from here too. Huh. Oh, it's a doormat. I like that. I like it a lot. Oh, I got this wrapping paper too, huh? I did. I did it. I did it. Very, very nice. Oh, look at custom box for your. Oh, look at that. Gerri, I haven't seen that. Oh. I never saw that, Gerri. Right, Sicilian? Yes, they are. Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. Yeah, Gerri, I never saw those. I love that. I have a lot of stuff. Almost every day, me or Mr. Snotty is wearing something we bought from Gerri or Jerry's sister. Oh, your son's getting married. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. Are you serious? Oh my gosh, Gerri. That's crazy. I know, Len, me too. Okay, happy. We'll see you tomorrow. Love you. I hope we see you tomorrow. Sicilian, that's funny. Oh, you know what? Tomorrow there's no court tomorrow, huh? Just dawned on me. But I know, right, Lynn?
For higher income, no out-of-pocket expenses.
Oh my God. Oh, okay, okay. She will. She'll make whatever you want. She will, then, especially for your son. That's a good idea. How do you know I'm tired? Yeah, how do you know? Like, right? I think we are. Right. Who isn't? Queen's at her Dollar Tree and they don't have that cream at her Dollar Tree. Can you believe that? I'm going to have to get her some. I don't know why they do shit like that. I am going to have to just go pull every bit they have off. Legs. They don't have that eczema cream that I got that's made my hands and stuff so much better. Did you see when I showed you guys? Oh my God, I was muted. I didn't know I was muted. What the fuck, Jackie? Oh, Lord. Oh, shit. I don't know. Oh, let me think. I know, isn't it so pretty? Look at Gerri. Gosh. Look at my hand. Do you see my wrist? Look at. See how, and my arm? Do you see how much better it is? I just had that cream for a couple of days. They just barely have it again. God, legs, I don't know. Just chicken and some soup and vegetable and cheese. I don't know. I would definitely make a casserole though. Can you tell how much better it is? Yeah. It's right here. Let me see. Where do I have it? I was talking about it the other day because I used to get it at Dollar Tree and then they stopped carrying it. And then me and Jack went to Dollar Tree the other day and they had it. So I bought a whole bunch. It's this. And it's so much better. Like nothing, even like Mr. Snotty looked at all the ingredients and he went and found something like it. Nothing works like this though. I don't get it. Isn't it? I mean, it's crazy. Because Mr. Snotty put this in my stocking one year and I was like, well, I don't think that's going to work, but whatever, you know. And after all the kids left, my hands were hurting so bad. I just felt like I was going to cry. Like I knew doing all the dishes and stuff was going to just hurt. So I tried this and I was like, oh my God, my hands were almost better immediately. Yeah, but they quit carrying it. They started carrying something for rosacea. And then now all of a sudden they had this back. So I just have to buy all of it. Yep, I know. I got 10 the other day. My aunt went and got 10. I'm just going to go tomorrow and get everything off the shelf. I'm going to go to all of them that around me. Because now Queen's her hands are hurting so bad too. But she just went to hers and she sent me a picture of what they have. Oh shit, legs. I want Queen's to get some relief because this is so good. Yeah, I know. We need all of it. My feet everywhere. You know, you guys, I have it all over the place. Look at even my neck. You can tell, huh? Basil said she could tell. Right. I do need to do that. They change a lot. Right legs, yeah. They know she's not. Yeah, I know. Crazy. Yeah, Mr. Snotty said it's cortisone. But when we buy cortisone, it doesn't work. Wow. Isn't that crazy? There you go. Oh, really? Yeah, my hair, you guys, my hair, it's falling out. I don't have very much hair anymore. And I think I'm gonna get extensions. Kind of scared, but I don't have time for um yeah, that's what my aunt was looking up. My aunt was trying to do that online too, find out how to get it. Yeah, my hair's so short now. Look at this. I haven't had it cut in years. This is gross. My hair used to be really long. I know, but I want hair. That's what my friend said. She's like, you'll end up with no hair. Heritage. I can't do the oil all over me. That freaks me out, makes me crazy. Can't see and shit. I don't like it. Oh god, I wouldn't chop mine at all. Really? Frazzled, I did not know that. Huh. Really? Heritage. I gotta find that. Did you get it at Amazon? Really? I do. Because I would be all great if I didn't. I have that. Well, I'm gonna try. That's weird. It's greasy. Okay, I see it. Wait. It's castor oil shampoo. There's castor oil in it. I just found it. Jamaican black castor oil. You're crazy with this castor oil shit. Oh my God. Oh, you are hilarious. It says heritage length check. What? Jamaican black castor oil shampoo. That's what it says. All right, well. Okay. I'll look for. Here's another one. Oh, it's called Heritage. All right, I'll figure it out. Okay, yeah. I saw that somewhere. I saw that. Okay. Is that it? Wait, my God. This damn sun. Shit, I can't, you can't see it, can you? Wow. This is not showing up at all. What the hell? I don't know if you can see it. You really can't see what's on my phone. What the flying monkey ass? What the fuck? Well, I'll text it to you. Yeah, I don't even know how to fix my hair anymore. I'm so tired of it. I can't. Getting really sick and tired of my hair. That is what you got? Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You use it too, Lynn? Well, I'm going to get it. Yeah, I don't, though. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it these days. It's so thin. Oh, my God. It was really super thick my whole life. And now it's just falling apart. Okay, yeah, I'm going to. Chinese it is. 4 people left. I'm going to make cheesesteak. I'm craving it. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm glad. It's... Since we don't have trial tomorrow, I don't know. I think I'll be on tomorrow night or something. Very little, just a little bit. I blow it dry and then I use a blow dryer with a brush, you know, straighten it a little bit. I try really hard to not do damaging things to it. Well, I usually don't. I usually just go to bed with my hair wet. I usually wash it and get in the shower. And then I just spray it a little bit and blow dry it some. Oh, how fun. Oh. Oh, thank you, Gobby. You're sweet. How fun. Yes, that'll be awesome. No, what? Really? Why? I don't know if I go to bed with it wet. I don't know. I mean, I don't blow dry it before I go to bed. I mean, but I'm up for a while a lot of times. I don't know about. It is menopause. No, it totally is. Yeah, Lynn, I know. All this shit is. I never had my skin like this. Never had hair. I had so much hair that I would have to get it like thinned out. It was so heavy. And now I have like none. Make you sick. It is. Menopause has ruined my life. I hate it. Everything. Weight gain, just, oh God. Yep, tomorrow is Friday. Kicking it in the back seat. Yeah, Mama's a boss. That's why I said I want to get extensions. It is a cruel joke. It's fucked up. Totally pisses me off. Yeah, it's not worth it. No, I mean, my period was really freaking bad. Hello. Good God. Yeah, I know. That's what Gerri's saying. I know. I just really have this idea that I really want hair. I bought that and I can't get it on right. I bought a halo one and I can't get it on right. Remember how every time I try to do things, well, that's funny. You know how I'm not good at picking. Remember those bangs I got? I got so much hair shit and I don't know how to buy it because it doesn't even, those big old bangs I have. I think I got rid of all that shit. I had all kinds of hair stuff. I'm always trying to pull some shit out of my ass over here. That's funny. Oh my God. I remember then put the halo on. Oh, you put the top part of your hair in a temporary ponytail. Right. Okay. You know what the thing is? So I tried to do that. And my hair's so thin now. Like for me to lift up a part and then put it in there, there's not very much for it to hang on to. Oh yeah, I became nut. I became totally crazy. I did menopause, what, 13, 14 years ago. March was 14 years ago. Yeah. Overnight. Cold turkey. Oh yeah, me too. Oh, big time. I got figured out finally because I was on a big roller coaster ride with that shit for a while. Those bangs are adorable. They're ridiculous. Yeah, I can't do hormone therapy, so like I had to just nothing all in one day. Oh my God. It's horrible. I had no idea how horrible that was going to be. Hey, Cindy. I'm just getting ready to get off here. We had, I got to tell you, how was the day? Oh, in court. It was kind of irritating. We heard some gross stuff about the kids' bodies, the way they were found. And then, and again, a lot of objecting. But we're playing a game, Cindy, Beck, everybody who's here right now. So every day of the trial, you have to comment in the chat, and then periodically I'm going to put a question across the ticker, and then you answer that, and then there's going to be a big prize at the end. A $100 gift certificate to Gerri's store and a Snotty swag grab bag. So it's 5 points for commenting. It's 5 points for a question, and then you get 10 points bonus every week for the most. And then at the end, it's all the most. Right? Have you looked at Gerri's store? Super cute stuff. So I've got a spreadsheet going here. You get 5 just for showing up. I mean, come on, right? I do too. Are you? Oh, funny. Yeah, she can customize anything. I got tea stuff for Christmas from there. I'm pretty sure. Well, one time I thought I ordered from her store and I didn't. Yeah, I'm gonna have her do a blanket for our bed and have that big, the way she does the big crosses, and it looks like a quilt, the way she does the blanket. But I'm gonna have it for do like stuff that different pieces that are be like from our wedding, like Corinthians and stuff like that. Can't think right now about everything I was thinking of. Really, Lynn? Well, I know why people got locked up back in the day. Women, they gave women hysterectomies and then just sent them home to deal with all the shit. And then women were just getting locked up like crazy. Yeah, because it does make you crazy. It literally makes you crazy. I was seriously crazy. I now am still a little bit, but at least I finally understanding. Took me years, but once I could understand it kind of, and I tried to mess around with hormones. Good God, that was worse. But now I just get it. And I did get a antidepressant too. That helps. Do you guys hear Louise snoring? Oh my God. This one's snoring really loud. Oh,
Her eyes are open. She has sleep apnea while she's awake.
she's a crack up. Hey, Ryan. What's for dinner, Ryan? I'm trying. Oh, Barbara. Okay. Yeah, I think it was a big fat joke. Okay, I just looked it up. I'm going to look up some more. Well, I think I'm going to get off here, start my supper. Jack should be waking up anytime now. So no court tomorrow. No court tomorrow. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They barely got started on Wednesday and then taking Friday off. That's okay. I'm good. But I'll be on tomorrow night and then back at it Monday. Alrighty, folks. Well, it's good to see you too. They're so sweet. Yes, everybody have a great night. I love you. And I will see you tomorrow. Shut up, Hondo, and whatever, Ira McGinnis. Oh, Gobby, I almost clicked it off. you know what? I don't know. We don't know for sure. Because we got him at the rescue. I have to ask Mr. Snotty. He knows what they think. I love you, Frazzled. I love you guys. Yeah, I'll find out and ask him. I'm bad. Okay, bye, guys.